what it do?
Ahoy!
What's up? What's going on?
Watch a little baseball.
Good Tuesday.
Debating whether or not I have to, go back and do some stuff with Pete Alonso. I mean, for a while there, my man crush had faded, but I'll tell you what, it's picking up steam again. I would have power bottomed the hell out of him. I wouldn't say that recently, but
Not even a minute into the program.
Yeah, we're right off the bat. Well,
Not even a minute.
He did it again. He hit another one. Look, I don't know if I'd power bottom, but I'd probably fool around with him a little bit at this point. Holy Pete Alonso, he's making himself a bunch of money.
The Big Hurt.
The Big Hurt.
Isn't that what they call him?
No, it's the polar bear. The Big Hurt.
Big Poppy.
Big Hurt's hawking boner pills again with Doug Flutie and...
Well, they pay him a lot of money.
Who else is doing this? Doug Flutie and someone else. I think it's Andy Van Slyke.
Really?
Yeah. Speak of where did Andy...
I loved his game.
Well, who didn't? Pirate, great. But still, I think it's Nugenics. The Nugenic folks were sitting around and they're like, well, we got Frank Thomas. We got Doug Flutie. We need one more. You think we need one more? We need one more. Who the hell was sitting around and was like, what about Andy Van Slyke? What?
Did Frank Thomas cross paths with him at some point? He's like, who's a good guy? Andy. He had low T at one point.
Was Carney Lansford, was he not available? What was Robbie Thompson? What are we doing? Just random Dickie Thon? Andy Van Slyke? That is the most, I challenge you to find a weirder celebrity endorsement than Andy Van Slyke, because the Jennifer Coolidge stuff is going on, but she was in White Lotus at least.
Yeah, that's more recent and a little bigger than Andy Van Slyke's career.
Tell me something that Andy Van Slyke has done that anyone has thought about him in 30 years, and yet now he's hawking boner pills.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't have an answer.
If I ever meet Frank Thomas, my question to him is going to be hey, just level with me, man. Andy Van Slyke, where did that come from? You're right. Maybe Frank just knows him and was like, hey, he'll do it. Jimmy Johnson was doing those for a while. Rafael Palmeiro. I mean, I guess they pay you enough money, right?
Maybe Frank and Van Slyke shared an agent, and he's like, hey, how did Frank get in that? He's like, just give me the word, man. He's like, sure, I'll do it.
Yeah, see, I think you're onto something with the agents.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Those are the guys who are having those conversations, right?
The agent had a beat on they were casting that, and he was like, got this old guy. I haven't made any money off of him in years. How about Andy Van Slyke? And they're like, all right.
He's not good for much, but if he'll do boner pills,
Sure.
we'll use them.
And the Nugenic folks were like, I don't know, he's half the price of Frank Thomas. They're
You saying he played pro ball? Oh, okay.
Done. Let's go. Yeah, he hasn't. He last played in 1994.
Yeah.
I was in middle school, for God's sakes, and now
He was a fun guy to watch.
now he's hawking. Now he's hawking me pills.
Did he wear glasses?
I don't remember Van Slyke with glasses.
Who am I thinking of? Another pirate, perhaps.
That I don't know. But
Yeah, he didn't wear glasses, I don't think.
I do not remember him.
He was with the Cardinals as well.
Yeah, and I think he did have a stand. I think maybe towards the end he bounced around Philadelphia, maybe putzing around there. But I remember him with the. I remember him with the Pirates. Would be where I.
Well, the Mets are playing right now.
Yeah.
Nice little play on defense just now.
1-0. My Mets.
Kung Fu Panda has homered.
Someone saying go get Chris Sabo. Now there's a guy that I would buy boner pills from. Chris Sabo, I feel like he's trustworthy. Speaking of the goggles, I'll buy those.
The sports glasses.
Yeah.
Chris Sabo was kind of the first, wasn't he?
Well, Kareem, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
But, Kareem, Dickerson wore him. But yeah, Sabo, I remember, and Sabo had the Johnny Unitas a-hole cut going on.
Sabo kind of the first in baseball.
Yeah, I don't remember many guys in baseball don't wear those. That's a rarity. But yeah, Sabo had those. He's playing third, right, for the Reds?
Sure.
You're like, man, I know he played for the Reds. I think he was a third baseman.
Yeah, he was a third baseman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who doesn't know that? Come on.
Not the three of us.
They called him Shoeless.
I did know.
Shoeless
That's why
Sabo.
I said
Shoeless
Chris Sabo.
Yeah.
What? I don't
That's what
remember
they called him. Chris Big Poppy Sabo.
As someone points out on the Vancouver Ford text line, hey, Frank, can you recommend anyone to hawk our product? You had a hard time keeping it up. Andy Van Slyke.
Played with the Cardinals, Pirates, Orioles, and Phillies.
Do you think Van Slyke's upset? Like, what the hell are you saying, Frank? Frank's like, hey, man, I just remember you talking about in the locker room.
Or maybe they did it.
Yeah, maybe he knows by
firsthand.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I remember the struggles, man. Here, check this.
Well, exciting first segment talk there for you guys.
There you go. Thank you, CW. Coming right out of the chute.
By the way, Polar Bear
Yeah.
Doing the Dame Lillard time thing. What's up with that?
I don't know. I don't know what
Can't
that
be
is.
stealing that.
I don't know. Is that like licensed? Is that is Dame the first?
Well,
Is Dame the first one to tap his?
No, but
his
I think
watch?
you got to be original. You don't want to be stealing other people's bits.
A lot
That's
of athletes
lame.
running out there around doing the night these days too.
Yeah,
I saw it in the
the
President's
night
Cup.
night's a thing.
Now, is that the Warriors?
That's the Steph Curry thing. That
Yeah.
was his. He did it a couple years ago and then became like uber famous for it after
Yeah.
the Olympics.
See, I don't like the copycat.
Tatis does a douchey. He flexes and points at his arm, and he's not even big. I mean, that's I don't know. Do you just run out of how many celebrations can you do?
Marcelo Zuna does like the Euro step when he rounds third base after the home run.
Tatis does that too.
Yeah, Tatis.
He does like a skip thing,
He's got
right?
a whole bit.
Like, yeah.
He does.
Where's
over there.
Fernando Rodney shooting the bow and arrow?
Yeah, right
Shooting
into the
bow and
sun.
arrow. Firing that thing. I don't know. You gotta have you gotta do bits. Nowadays, it's all about bits. You're known unless you're doing something.
Are you scared that if Jesse Winker has the biggest hit in the series for the Mets, that he will high tee himself like before he rounds the bases?
He'll
and then-
just spontaneously combust.
yeah, and therefore he's just like they have
What-
to pick
what-
up his pieces.
What happens
on
if,
the base
if
path?
Jesse Winker hits a game-winning home run and
he
does
dies.
spontaneously combust at second base? Do you have to? Because he never touches home. Do we get a pitch runner? Do we just roll his corpse?
That's a great
in
question.
Some
You know
ashes?
what? It'll count, and I know this because of your own Mets. Do you remember the whole Robin Ventura Grand Slam single? Do you remember that thing?
I don't remember that.
It was like it was either to get into the playoffs or it was like an elimination game, and the rain was coming down, and Robin Ventura hit a home run, and the tarp crew came out and covered the field before he could get around the bases, and he only got to first base, but they gave him credit for a home run, even though he didn't circle the bases.
So I'm asking a serious question here. So if I launch one, I hit a moonshot, 525 out of the stadium. Do I have to round the bases, or can I call it good?
No, you have to go.
You're supposed to have to, but
Well, you're supposed
No,
to have to.
You
is-
have to go.
You
You
have
have to go.
except for the one time
Yeah.
Robin Ventura didn't have to.
I mean, if you didn't have to, they wouldn't. They always
Oh,
do.
Okay. What if I blow my knee, like rounded?
Okay, well, that's a different question.
All right. Well,
And I don't know. I think there are rules that stay.
do you have to?
I think
crawl?
if it's a moderate injury, you got to make your way down there
Huh.
and get on that home plate
Interesting.
and
I
spit
just-
on that thing.
I'm fascinated. I've
and if
never
it's a
really thought about
major
this.
injury, I don't think we've ever seen it where there's a major injury or even a death
Yeah.
rounding first base.
Well, I would think it'd be amazing if you had to, cart someone. Like, who was was it Hugh Freeze that coached from the hospital bed? Like, what if we had to Greg Oden, we put someone on the stretcher board, but then we wheeled him around the bases. And then, as long as the wheel of the gurney touches the base, then you're safe. Because if you miss a base on a home run, can't you go back and challenge that, right?
if you miss a base,
Well, I know you can. Like, if someone hits a double and you're rounding the bases to come home and you don't touch third, you can challenge that he didn't touch third. Does that apply for a home run as well?
I think it does. Yeah,
Where's an umpire when we need it?
you can appeal.
We need a rule guy.
Oh, look, the great Bambino is up again,
Yes, the polar bear.
getting ready to hit another one.
I certainly hope so. Suck it, Phillies.
All right, well,
Focus.
anyway, we'll
Yeah.
try to get an answer on that.
Yeah, see if someone. I mean, there's got to be some baseball savant that's listening to this. He's like a
It's
high
like,
school.
well, duh,
he's an
guys.
high school umpire, and he's
Who
very
doesn't
angry.
know this?
Dumbass.
Idiots. How do you host a show?
Yeah.
Well, I don't really know, actually.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you that either. Someone hired us all those years ago, and I think we just keep showing up.
I'm reading that.
I've just never thought about this. I don't know why it occurred to me now, but I don't know. It's just you hit a home run, you walk around. 'Cause you can take as long as you want. Tatis does this stupid little step, and
If a baseball player injures himself while rounding the bases after hitting a home run, the situation can vary based on the severity of the injury. Let's skip down to severe injury.
yeah,
In the case of a serious injury where the player cannot run at all,
Yeah.
they may be unable to complete the trip around the bases. If this happens, they might crawl or be assisted by teammates or trainers, but this is quite rare. The umpire may call for medical assistance if the player is down and unable to move. And then the next one is, if a player is unable to complete the run and is deemed unable to continue to play,
Yeah.
the run might not count depending on the specific circumstances and league rules. However, if a player touches home plate before collapsing, the run typically counts.
Well,
Well,
I'll
that
be damned.
doesn't help us.
that is the most wishy-washy rule.
That's chatbot.
That gives me no answer.
That's GPT.
We've
saying
come no closer to figuring this out.
that. GPT doesn't know anything.
So it's up to the umpire's discretion. I love the idea that he can crawl. Well, like Kirk Gibson, right?
Oh yeah, you can crawl.
Well, I mean, Kirk Gibson's like, doing fire engine noises down there, but supposedly, like, that dude could barely move. But, like, if he collapsed at second base, I don't know how that happens. But here's this. What if they don't need your run, right? Like, if I hit a 3-run homer, but I only need 1 or 2 to win, then I can just stop. 'Cause, I'm just like, well, I'm done. I'm not making my rounds. Yeah, winning run scored.
Well,
Next to you.
I don't think they have a scenario where if you hit a 3-run homer, only 2 of the 3 count. I don't think it works that way.
I don't know how that works.
Well, I do know how that works.
Do you?
Yes.
I don't think you do.
The guy you have to touch home plate. And if you don't, it's not a 3-run home run.
But I don't need a 3-run home run to win.
But it doesn't matter.
Let's say it's bottom of the ninth.
But it doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
The other 2 runs would not count.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think you are so unconfident.
I'm
in
about
this.
a minute away from having audio evidence that just is not true.
Damn it.
By the way, someone says I was going to relay the rule, but now I'm afraid to be high school umpire guy. It's a valid point. Relay the rule, damn it.
Yeah.
Let us know.
Just tell us.
Because Rob's over here talking out of his R's. He doesn't know.
Don't be afraid.
Look, the worst that's going to happen is we're going to make fun of you, which we'll probably do anyway. So just go ahead and throw it out there. We've stumbled upon a great quandary here. I do know that. No one has the answer. I do not know.
You don't know that.
I don't.
You don't know that.
No, I don't know that. He did it. He did a lot of dirt. Yeah.
All right, so this is the scenario. 1999 NLCS
Yes.
Game 5.
Okay.
The Braves can win the series with a win. Mets are facing elimination. They're at home in New
Mets
York.
again.
Bases loaded for Robin Ventura.
A drive to right. Back to Georgia.
Bob Thompson.
Gone. A grand slam. What a scene at Shea.
Well, they will not let Robin Ventura run around the bases.
Have you ever seen anything like this? He's got to circle the bases for his grand slam to be official. I'm looking for the umpires, and they've left the scene.
So he didn't
So what
run.
happened?
He didn't run.
So they gave him a 7-3 win, and his
And he
teammates
didn't-
mobbed him between first and second, and he never circled the bases.
So the game was tied,
game was tied,
and he hit a grand
and he hit a
slam.
grand slam to win
They
it.
didn't need his run.
So, but they still gave him the
For
run?
whatever
Yeah.
reason, like it was raining, they were gonna get. They got out of there. The umpires just like I don't
Huh.
know. It was a bizarre occurrence.
I
I'm
didn't
sure
think
there's more
you could
on
do
it.
That. By the way, Jesse Winker just went yard.
Gonna get a lot of high
Do
tea.
I have to like Jesse Winker
Oh,
now?
he's
do
doing the
have to.
watch thing now.
Oh boy, what is?
It is not Winker time.
It
Stop
is not. It's not Winker time.
No one's ever said that ever.
Well,
Not even
someone-
his wife.
I certainly hope that the Mets don't adopt the.
Well, it appears they already have.
Damn it!
Well, I saw Winker do both wrists. Does he wear 2 watches, or are they maybe doing something different?
I don't know. As much as I hate Jesse Winker, it's 2-0, and so I'm forced to love Jesse Winker.
But
right
doesn't
now.
the guy have to get to at least first base?
Apparently not.
Well, yeah. So Ventura did. He got
Oh,
to
okay.
first. He was
First.
So you
circling
have to get
first,
to
and everyone
first.
mobbed him before he got to
Okay,
second.
so if you hit a grand slam
Yeah.
and the three guys on base touch home plate, but you do not,
4-run. It's a grand bagger.
well, it's at least a 3-run home run.
They gave him credit for all.
Yeah, but
No.
I
There is proof, Rob,
I know,
that
but
you don't need
I
to
don't
touch.
think that's the rule.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Wikipedia entry for this play now, and ultimately it was only ruled as a single, even though he should
Yeah.
have been credited for a grand
So
slam.
the final was not 7-3. The final was
Let's
6-3.
Aftermath and legacy. Let's find out.
I am so confused right now. All I know is
That's right. The broadcast basically said it's a 7-3 ball game, and officially the game went down as a 4-3 ball game.
4-3. They only counted one.
Huh.
Yeah,
but they still counted one.
Okay, see?
because he moved up a base, and so did everybody else. So
One base, yeah, because Ventura only took one base.
and all the guys who were on base, they got to the next base, which is what
Yeah.
they have to do also.
Yeah,
and then they just called it there, I guess.
Okay.
By the way, that Winker shot was just a absolute
Moonshot.
powering shot.
It's all that tea.
That's what happens, man. It's all locked up in that, in
probably
that
went,
mullet of his. Oh, he stared at it for a while. Stared at it, flipped the
God,
bat.
he stood and stared. He's gonna
Yeah,
get dotted.
Probably.
I hope he gets dotted.
You know what? I don't really care if he gets hit.
How
either.
about some tensions rising in playoff baseball?
Yeah.
That's usually a
Yeah.
regular season thing,
Oh,
but
we're mixing it up.
Dodgers Padres are kind of getting a little
yeah,
testy
dude.
with each other.
Winker likes him some of that home run right there.
Royals and Yankees are getting testy. Did you
Oh,
see that?
absolutely. Yeah, it's getting good.
Chaz Chisholm said that the Royals got lucky last night.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that he said that.
Careful there, fella.
Yeah.
And then your guy Michael Garcia is out there subtweeting Rodon for his little antics in the first inning.
He
so.
said, what did he say?
I can't remember what he said.
A little too early to celebrate.
Yeah, there it is.
Because he was going all high T after 2 strikeouts, then he gave up 4 runs.
Dude, this
and
is
they
great,
lost
man.
4-2.
I like a little animosity. Let's
Telling
go.
you,
Let's
those
mix it up.
Yankees douchebags.
You know, we have the advantage, though, because we have the winker. You don't know what it's like, man. You don't know what it's like to have the winker.
All right. Well, guys, we
Yeah.
have made it to Oregon, Ohio State
Yes, we have.
week.
Speaking of high tea.
How about that? This is going to be so exciting this week, and we have a lot of content related to said football game. And it's going to start today. You're going to hear Dan Lanning. You're going to hear Chip Kelly. Dave Bartu's going to come by sometime in the next couple of days. Now, here's the thing: we don't have a Thursday program.
No. Seahawks.
So there's a lot of irons in the fire about how we're going to interview Dan Lanning this week.
But we will get him.
Oh, we're going to get it.
Yes.
We're going to get him.
Yeah.
The question
We've got him.
is when.
Yeah.
Oh, is he on the line?
No, he's not on the line
Is
right
he
now.
cooking on our grill?
I
right
can
now?
tell you when our fan listeners will hear him.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
I'm
but
confused, but
I'm cooking on your grill.
Well, it won't be Thursday.
no.
They will hear him Friday.
Friday, for sure.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a big week. Pretty big week. Pretty big game.
Pretty good.
Excited to talk about it with you.
Mhm.
We will start with that next on The Fan.
The Fan
Yeah, I think part 2 is going to come on tomorrow. So buckle up.
Nice.
He's fired up.
Well, it should be. It's the biggest game in Autzen history. I mean, and I know Texas, Michigan was kind of billed. Georgia, Alabama. Georgia, Bama was really good and lived up to the hype. I mean, this is one of the biggest games. I don't know if I can say the biggest, but it's one of the biggest games of college football this season. Biggest game in Autzen Stadium history. Little history here. Played in the Rose Bowl a couple years ago. Oregon went to Ohio State, beat them with C.J. Stroud. It takes a little of the edge off because I think both of these teams more than likely will end up in the playoff. But I mean, this is why you move to the Big Ten for games like this.
All right, here's our poll question on X at 1080 The Fan. Yesterday we asked you most pleasant sporting surprise over the weekend. 75% of you said all the college football upsets.
Yeah.
Only 12% said game day to Eugene. 7% MLB popping off. People not impressed with the great weekend that was on the Diamond.
It was a great weekend.
And then Joe Flacco, 6%.
Well, he didn't win, but you know.
No, but he put up 350 and 3 tutties.
He completed 33 passes compared to Anthony Richardson, who had 39 all year.
I think the number was since 2019, might have been later. Do you know what quarterback has the most 300-plus yard games with 3 touchdowns or more?
Joe Flacco.
Yeah, there's only one with 4 or more games like that, and it's Joe Flacco.
Isn't it interesting that this is the second year in a row that he's come in on supposedly a pretty solid team with a franchise quarterback and has played better than the franchise quarterback?
I mean, come on.
Just saying.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
Today's question is this. To date, what is the most memorable game in Autzen Stadium history? Is it Oklahoma 2006?
That's the first one just off the moment you said that, that's the very first game that popped into my head.
Michigan 2003, Kenny Wheaton 1994, Civil War 2009. Now the Civil War was the game where
Winner to the Rose Bowl.
the winner was going to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
So you were able to keep the Beavers out of that game.
Came
And
down to the very last play. Jeremiah Mazzoli lowered his
Yeah.
helmet on Lance Mitchell, the safety, to get the first down and preserve the Ducks' win.
37-33, I think, was the final in that game. Great game. You kept the Beavs out, and I think the Ducks hadn't been to the Rose Bowl for quite some time. So that was a big one. For me, it's that Oklahoma game, but I also remember the Michigan game. I was a little too – well, Kenny Wheaton was in 94.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I know that's a huge moment in Oregon history, perhaps even the biggest. But I don't remember it.
Yeah. I mean,
Oklahoma certainly comes to mind because of how the game, because of the fumble and everything that happened in that game. The Michigan game, I don't remember at all, except that I remember them hosting them and how big of a deal it was.
Yeah.
And they won, and that was huge. And I remember Lloyd Carr saying, "Oh, that's the loudest stadium I've ever played in." But I don't remember anything about the game.
yeah, people are saying bringing up the USC game, the Halloween game where they absolutely bludgeoned USC.
Yeah.
I mean, that was an old-fashioned ass-kicking.
But I think the four that we mentioned are probably trump that one. That one was great because it had the atmosphere. It was a game day. USC was highly ranked.
Yeah. Someone saying, Oklahoma was 15 versus 18. 2014, Michigan State was 3 versus 7. I mean, there's a lot of these games.
Yeah, but do you remember that game?
I don't remember that game.
See, there's a lot of games like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what the most, the highest attendance for an Oregon game at Autzen is?
What do we got?
It's a game against like 18th ranked Arizona State in, I don't know what it was, 2011, 2012, something like that. A totally random.
Yeah.
I mean, good matchup, good game, but
Well, and as someone points out, I mean, the Wheaton game, that's more of a result. Like, that
Correct.
wasn't hyped.
but it's memorable.
It's memorable.
That's why I use the term memorable.
And a lot of people are going to do that's the turning point in the program, right? Because before that, you were definitely a little brother, and that kind of puts you on a different path. I mean, I don't know where you want to go with that. Most memorable to me, I'd either go with the Oregon State Rose Bowl game, because it was fun for a couple years there. Where those games were for at least one team, a Rose Bowl berth on the line, or in this case, both teams go. And there's nothing better than going to the Rose Bowl and keeping your rival out of it. And the Oklahoma game, that's the one that popped into my mind. I remember a couple years ago, I know it's not in Autzen Stadium, but I thought the Ohio State win from a couple years ago when they had C.J. Stroud and those great receivers. And, I thought that was another kind of program. It's not defining because I think Oregon doesn't need that, right? The only thing that would define the Oregon program different than what it is now is by winning a national championship, right? Like Ohio State coming to your place and you beating them as the 2 versus 3. While that's an enormous game, is it much different than going on the road Is it less than going on the road and beating Ohio State without your best defensive player? And you didn't do it with a transfer 7th-year All-American quarterback. You did it with Anthony Brown. And that team had all of that at Olave and Wilson, and I think Jackson Smith and Jigba might have been hurt at that one. I don't think he played much that year, if I remember correctly. But C.J. Stroud, I mean, that team was loaded. And you went there, and not only did you beat them, I thought physically you beat up Ohio State. So even if you win this, I don't think it defines your program. I don't think you need to be defined. Like, unless you're just an anti-Duck guy, Oregon's a top 10-ish program year in and year out now. I mean, that's the expectation. You know, at least top 15 every year, and you've played for two national championships. I think the only thing that this program has left to do is win a national title, and beating Ohio State in this game, as awesome as it would be, I don't think it changes anything.
Well, that's why it's maybe not. I mean, this is certainly the biggest game that Autzen has ever hosted.
Yes.
Again, I'm trying to use my terms carefully. Memorable is different than biggest. This is the biggest. This is going to be the most hyped.
Yes.
It's just this
biggest
is
pregame hype, no doubt about it.
This is enormous. But I think you're right in a sense that one, Oregon's program has less to prove in a game like this now than they had 20 years ago, and the other thing about this game is they can lose this game
and be fine.
The format and the postseason has changed to the point where even if they lose this game, it's going to be a fun game to play. These are the games you want to play at home, but it's not. It just doesn't have as much riding on it as some other games that we've mentioned. Like, for example, if you're going road games, say I was just trying to keep it to Autzen.
Yeah.
But if you go road games, that win at Michigan.
Yeah.
The game after they lost to App State, you remember that? Oregon went in there and beat the crap out of them.
Thumped them. That was Dennis Dixon and company.
And I know
they
some of the shine came off of that win because Michigan had just lost to App State. But again, we've talked about this before. They ended up a 9 or 10 win team that year, Michigan.
Yeah.
And just winning in the big house, like that was a moment in time where it's like, wow, Oregon, for all this building that they've been doing as a program, they just went in and won by 3 touchdowns in the big house. It's like a pinch yourself moment, right? Whereas if Oregon beats Ohio State on Saturday, I don't think anybody's going to be pinching themselves. They're going to be elated. This is fun, but they're only 4-point under. Like this is a good matchup. These are the kind of matchups you want, but it's not like a program defining win if they win it. You know what I'm saying? Because they've already done that. They went to Columbus and did that.
You think about it, like you look at it, they've beat Oklahoma. All right, they've beat Michigan twice. They've beat Tennessee. They've bludgeoned Tennessee. Honestly, if you
Florida
want
State,
Jameis
Winston.
That was mine. If you wanted to say one game where it was like, hey, we're no longer these aren't surprises, it would probably be that. In the Rose Bowl, in the semifinal, you took the defending national champion Florida State Seminoles, who were undefeated, I believe 13-0, and you laid an old-fashioned ass whipping on them. I mean, you bludgeoned them, and then went on and obviously lost the national title. But like, does it get better than that?
It's like an evolution. You and I have been here long enough now.
Yes, that
we've kind of watched the whole thing develop.
Yep.
And one of them, like the first thing was, and this goes back to the Michigan game, why that's so memorable. That was 2003. You know, it was a big deal to get a blue blood like Michigan to come to Autzen Stadium.
You can still make the argument they hadn't arrived yet.
That was a huge no, Oregon. No, it was just amazing that Michigan was coming to town, and you had to show the world what you were building at little old Oregon, right? Yep. And they did. They won.
And they did it in bright-ass yellow uniforms. That was the other thing.
Lloyd Carr came out and was like really complimentary of the stadium and everything. And it's like, that was the first one, right? Get a blue blood to come to your house and show them who's boss, right? They did that. They did that again a couple of years ago, Oklahoma, right? Or a couple of years later, sorry. When Oklahoma, they won that game.
Yep. Kind of.
With some help. Then it's kind of this sense of, okay, well, you did it at home. Now you need to do it on the road. That's why I bring up the Michigan win. Then it's like, okay, well, you need to start winning some bigger games, like some postseason games. We got to win the Rose Bowl. Well, they beat Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl.
Yep.
Then the evolution is, okay, now you're going to Ohio State, regular season game in Columbus. Okay, now let's see you win that kind of game.
You beat them up.
And you did that one.
Yep.
So you're right. That the only thing really left here is to finish this bitch off.
That's it.
But the evolution has been interesting of different games that we look back on, Kenny Wheaton being one of the main ones. that are just program defining or that stand out as games in the process that sort of earmark a new stair step up, and Oregon, this game doesn't have that element. But that doesn't take anything away from it.
No.
It's still a huge game. And maybe it's 45-44 in triple overtime, and it does become one of the most memorable games in Autzen Stadium history.
Yeah.
But if it's not a great game, this one may not
just kind of
be on the list.
And you're going to see it every year. So
yeah. Well, something like it every year.
Well, yeah. Oregon, Ohio State will play most years. So.
All right, well, there's your poll question. Vote to date. What is the most memorable game in Autzen Stadium history? Oklahoma 2006, Michigan 2003, Kenny Wheaton 1994, or Civil War 2009? That poll question is on X at 1080 The Fan. We're back with initial thoughts on the game when we return. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, playoff baseball in the National League today. After the Mets and Phillies split the first two games of their series, a pivotal Game 3 this afternoon back in New York. They're currently in the top of the sixth inning. The Mets with a 2-0 lead, courtesy of solo home runs from Pete Alonso and Jesse Winker. Coming up just after 6 o'clock, Game 3 between the Dodgers and Padres in San Diego. LA sending Walker Buehler to the hill. Michael King takes the mound for the Friars. That series also tied at 1 game apiece. In the NFL, the first head coaching firing of the season has occurred as the Jets head coach Robert Saleh has been relieved of his duties this morning. Reports indicate Saleh planned to demote offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett today, but was terminated before he could make any personnel changes. Meanwhile, in New England, a change at the quarterback position as rookie Drake May will take over for Jacoby Brissett under center. Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald says that star linebacker Uchenna Nwosu will miss Thursday's game against the 49ers and could miss time beyond that with a thigh injury that he sustained in Sunday's loss to the Giants. Meanwhile, the puck dropping on a new NHL season for the Kraken this afternoon. So far, Seattle has goals from Vince Dunn and Eli Tolvanen, but they trail the Blues 3-2 at the end of the second intermission. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays noon to 3 on the Odyssey app and 1080 The Fan.
Is it time to beef up your teeth? Dr. Lampy here for Teeth in 24. Patients tell me every day that they want to eat steak again. For 20 years, my implants have given patients back their smile and confidence to tear into a T-bone. If you can't
So we are talking Oregon, Ohio State. You're going to hear everything Dan Lanning said about Ohio State last night coming up in a bit.
And both sides are being very complimentary because both teams are really, really good.
Wait, they're not talking trash?
No.
Let me tell you, I listened to all 15 or 16 sound bites from Dan Lanning, and the man is very buttoned up this week.
Yes.
No
Close
way.
to the best.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about the evolution of program-defining wins at Oregon. It's kind of interesting to see that, we were talking about the most memorable games at Autzen, Michigan and Oklahoma in the early to mid-2000s, and then you move on to road wins at Michigan. You move on to then big playoff wins, Florida State, win a Rose Bowl, a couple Rose Bowls.
Yeah.
And then and you play for a couple championships, don't get those, but then a couple years ago you win at Ohio State, just like different program defining wins. One that we didn't put in there that might be worth mentioning, a couple people have brought up, is the game at Autzen against Stanford.
Yeah.
In 2010.
There were some great ones.
Because the Jim Harbaugh and Stanford was kind of the kryptonite to what Oregon did. Remember, everybody here was pretty sensitive about, Stanford will just punch you in the mouth. They're more like they're built like the Big Ten SEC teams, and you can't beat those teams. And Harbaugh came in here, and I know that the score was 31-24 at half, Stanford.
And even earlier than that, it was 21-3 Stanford.
Yeah, and I remember that. And I remember that everybody being like, oh, boy, here we go. And then Oregon outscored them 28-0 in the second half and beat them 52-31. Yeah. That was a big one to kind of get that sort of Stanford monkey off your back, because at that time that was a heated battle with Stanford.
When I remember growing up, like obviously, I was raised in the church, and so BYU was a big deal. I remember in 1990, BYU was like 3 or 4 in the country, and Ty Detmer had won the Heisman Trophy and was back, and they came into Autzen Stadium as a top 4 team in the country, and Oregon got him good.
Someone on the Vancouver Ford text line said that was the highest ranked home win in Ducks history.
Yeah, so there you go. Were they?
I'm not sure what the ranking was, but they said BYU 1990 was.
Yeah, they were
highest ranked team that they beat
at home.
Yeah.
Like I said, they were top 5. I want to say they were 3 or 4.
Was USC ever number 1 when they?
I was there when USC was number 1 and beat the brakes off of Oregon with Reggie Bush, but I don't know that they've beat USC when they've been, I think, a top 10 team, but I don't think a top 5 team.
So, yeah, it's one of those where I think win or lose in this game, I think most rational Duck fans, it's a little bit like we've been there, we've done that. And you should. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. I'm not saying not to storm the field or whatever, but I don't know. Dare I say that if you fancy yourself the program that I think you do, these should be expected wins. Like when you're the number 3 team in the country and you're playing at home, you expect to win. I don't think this should be one of those like, oh my God, we beat Ohio State. It should be more along the lines of, we think we're a national title team. We're playing at home. We should win this game. Because I promise you, when Ohio State or Alabama or Georgia plays at home against whoever it is, Alabama was playing Georgia and they were an underdog for the first time in Bryant-Denny in how many years? It was like 20 years.
A long time.
Long time. But I promise you, Alabama didn't go into that game thinking to themselves, well, it'd be nice if we got one.
That's
no,
right.
There's an expectation.
And it also doesn't say anything about you if you lose.
No.
Maybe you're not quite as good as Ohio State yet this year, but there's a lot of football to play.
Well, I have tried to break down this game 1,000 different ways, and I've gone over matchups, and I haven't seen all of Ohio State. I've seen every play that Oregon has played, and I've seen a good hunk of Ohio State. And I think you can point to some advantages on both sides, but I don't think there's one overwhelming, like one matchup that I can point to and say, this is the difference in the game. The one thing I'll say is Oregon's biggest advantage in the game is you're at home, and they don't lose these games at Autzen Stadium very, very much. That's a huge advantage playing in front of a very, very raucous crowd. And I think Ohio State's big advantage is that they just have been playing better. So if you say that both teams are uber talented, and I'll give us edge at quarterback to Oregon, although it's very close. D lines and O lines, very good. I think there's a slight advantage, especially along the O line to Ohio State. Very good receivers, good DBs, like all of those things, right? I just think when I look at Ohio State has been playing better football. Oregon has looked more along trying to figure things out. So if I'm giving an advantage, Ohio State's biggest advantage, I'd say it's that. Is just that they have looked better so far against lesser competition. Even the one common opponent they have, Michigan State's a very similar result.
Yeah, I don't know how much that matters for me if I'm looking at this game. I think the excitement of this game is that both teams are really, really talented.
Yeah.
And we don't really know how good either of them is because or either of them are.
Haven't really been tested.
Because they haven't really been tested, and so it's fun to lace them up and just see what happens. I can't quite get my head to a place where I believe that Oregon is as talented as Ohio State.
Yeah.
They may be. I don't know. We're going to have Bartu on probably tomorrow, and I can't wait to hear what he says about this. I know Ohio State's loaded, but everybody's been telling me how loaded Oregon is.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they haven't played as well, but that doesn't matter to me as much as, hey, how much talent is out there on the field on Oregon side compared to Ohio State's? And I don't know if this is right, but and maybe this is just why they're 4-point favorites, and this is it. It basically boils down to this. Ohio State just has just a little bit more talent than Oregon. I happen to think that that's probably true.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. It doesn't mean Oregon can't win.
Yeah.
It's just this is not like I still don't know that they're quite even with the school like Ohio State. That's hard for me to believe that they are, even though people have been telling us how great they've been doing in recruiting.
I would tend to agree. I think the gap is certainly closed, but overall, I would tend to agree. I think Ohio State is slightly more talented.
And I don't know where that would show up. Maybe depth.
I think at the receiver position, like I know Oregon's receiver room is ridiculous, but outside of Tez Johnson, I think Oregon has a little bit of a tendency to be Tez heavy. Where Ohio State spreads it out a little bit more. I think Oregon has very good backs. I think Ohio State, the two backs they have are better pure runners.
They're stellar. They average 7.9 yards to carry those two guys.
And we've seen Oregon get bogged down at times. We haven't really seen Ohio State get bogged down at times. Though I thought Iowa did a nice job in the first half, but Ohio State still ran roughshod through a very, very good defense. So like I said, to me, it just, there's a few things that I lean slight towards Ohio State. The one I think that could be interesting in this is I think Oregon's D-line, if Oregon wins, I think it'll be their defensive line. This is the sort of game that I think you've been building towards with this O-line, and I thought I would have said this about the O-line, but I just can't, even though it's gotten better. The one thing that gives me a lot of confidence for Oregon is that D-line. The one thing that scares the life out of me for Oregon is the offensive line, because we've seen the offensive line the last couple weeks look really good since making the shift, but they've also played against bad fronts. This front they're playing against Ohio State is completely different, and I'm not certain that those early problems we saw in the run game and certainly in pass protection, I'm not certain that those have been cleaned up against a team like Ohio State. Was it a product of, did you really clean them up, or were you just playing bad teams?
Well, isn't that the beauty of playing a team like Ohio State?
You find out.
Is that you will find out.
Yeah.
And I think that's what is kind of there's some trepidation there on the Oregon side, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
Because you've recruited well, you got good players, but when you've seen some leaks in the offensive line and then these boys come rolling in, you're like, oh boy.
It's different.
And so that's where Joey Harrington, we've talked to him a couple weeks about moving the pocket and, sort of really keeping the defense off balance so they can't just pin their ears back and kill your quarterback.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff and coaching and everything, it all goes into the soup, and it's going to be great to see the chess match and all the different matchups. But you're right. Like if there's one area where the one-on-one matchups, you kind of go,
it worries me.
I hope Oregon holds up. It's on both lines.
Yeah.
And so maybe both defense. See, to me, and I know nothing. You know that. We all know that. And I hate pregame prognostic. Nobody knows what the hell's going to happen. Yeah. But looking at this game, it sure feels like it could be a defensive battle.
Yeah. Maybe take the under.
Well, I don't know about that. What is the over/under?
I haven't looked.
But that's probably
56.5.
56.
Oh, that's fine. I was gonna say that's probably reflected in the line.
Yeah.
Vegas isn't stupid. All right, we got to run. Coming up next, we'll move on. Initially from the Oregon-Ohio State game. We'll get back to that. But Robert Saleh escorted out by the Jets. Next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football.
Don't look now, but the Mets have the bases loaded with nobody out.
I'm not gonna look now. I want to talk about Robert Saleh.
Nola just got chased, walked 2 straight.
Yeah, dude, you should be sleeping easy.
I'm not sleeping easy.
The Mets look good.
I'm not sleeping easy. Not doing it.
I know that's hard to do.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, man.
You can't see under the table, but I've got the. Do you ever get the happy feet where you just kind of?
Oh yeah.
You got a little.
I was doing it all day yesterday at the casino.
I got.
Oh
watching
boy, it
my
didn't sound
Royals.
like it. It seemed like you had ice in your veins getting punched
Yeah, you were,
against everybody.
you were talking trash.
Well, that's all just
Feeling
deflecting.
yourself.
It's
Isn't that
fake bravado, right?
Yeah, isn't that like
I don't know. You seem like you were in a really good zone.
that's a defense mechanism? Well, I was giving crap to Jake, our resident Yankee fan, who happened to be sitting right next to me.
He was hating you yesterday.
Yeah, he didn't like
it was
that.
You
getting
got
to
up in his kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sure did. And I think he's still thinking about me, which is exactly what I want.
Yeah, you're living rent free now.
But I got to tell you, I feel good about the Royals. I
Yeah.
mean, that Yankees, they're fine, but that was kind of an easy win, and now we got Lugo going.
It was a lucky win.
Get out of here, man.
My man Chaz said as much.
Get out of here, man.
So it's lucky.
So the Jets have fired Robert Saleh. If you didn't
Yeah.
see that news, we woke up to that.
Yeah, they were saying, oh God, I think he's hit into it. Nope. Okay. I thought he hit into a double play. No, force out. Yeah, they were saying that no one saw it coming. They said front office, players, everybody, coaching staff, and then old Woody, who is, sneaky top 3 worst owners in the NFL.
Yeah, he's like the new Dan Schneider.
Yeah, dude, he's awful. He came out and said that flat out this was his decision alone, and it sounds like that's correct. Sounds like no one saw this coming.
Yeah, Robert Saleh 2-3 with the Jets this year.
Yep.
And 20-36 overall there.
Well, it's just for a team that's going all in, and I mean, all the chips are pushed to the middle. I mean, the GM is going to get fired at the end of this year anyways. It just seems like an odd thing, unless you believe that by firing Saleh, it lights a fire into someone's ass. They promoted from within, right? They're just going with the interim guy.
Jeff Ulbrich.
Yeah, do you really think that you're going to win a Super Bowl this way? It's just it's a weird thing for a team that is all in right now with Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I disagree. I think it goes the other way. I think it's always, I was thinking about this in with respect to first coach fired odds.
Yeah.
First coach fired odds are always interesting because there's always value on a guy who you can't see getting fired because you think the team's going to be good.
Yeah.
But he's the first guy that's going to get fired because the team is supposed to be good.
Yes.
And that's exactly what happened with Woody Johnson. It's like, if the Jets are supposed to be a middling team or they don't have a quarterback or, XYZ, he's probably not firing Robert Saleh. But because the expectation with Rodgers back was the Jets better get to the playoffs and better be good, and they look terrible, these owners, they want to salvage the season, and I honestly don't blame him. He knows he's got a decent roster. He's got Rodgers. It's not working. It's like, well, if I do it now, maybe we can salvage something. I don't know if it's the right decision, but I see why he did it. I think it's bullshit to not tell your GM and have your GM do it.
Yeah.
But that's why Woody Johnson sucks. I just, I don't know, man. I think, because like last year, I was looking at the NBA coach fired odds. There's a base hit. See, the timely hits, dude, they're so good at that.
Well, they got 2. They got 2 out, and I was like, oh crap, they're not going to get one across. But
Starling Marte.
Yeah, Marte.
He's got clutch vibes. I like him.
They all do.
You know Marte, by the way, active leading steals leader in Major League Baseball.
Is that right?
Yeah, he has more steals than any player currently active.
So the Mets are now up 4-0 in the 6th. They're cruising, dude.
Oh yeah,
they're cruising.
I'll relax when this game's over.
Have you heard the 2 theories about Woody Johnson and the whole Jets situation? There's the one that he used to be an ambassador to the UK, and Eric Mangini said last week, watch out, if he goes over to London and loses in front of a bunch of his friends, he's going to come back really ticked off.
Well, but it at the same time, like, so Saleh isn't in charge of the offense, right?
Nope.
Just not. And so the last 2 games, you've given up 10 and you've given up 23. And by the way, your quarterback threw 3 picks, including a pick 6.
Yeah,
so
see, I think Hackett.
Well, but that's my
So
point.
that's the other theory, too, is that apparently Saleh was going to show up and demote Hackett, and word got out. And about 5 minutes after word got out, Woody Johnson called up Saleh and fired him before Saleh could make a change at OC.
Well, it makes no sense to me in that you've given up 17. So take the 49ers loss out of it, which was week 1. You just, Rodgers looked terrible. You didn't look good. You've given up 17-3, 10 and 23, and 7 of those were on a pick 6, and you gave him 2 other turnovers. Like, I'm sorry, the part of the job that Robert Saleh is in charge of is not the problem.
Yeah, he did it pretty well.
So, I mean, if you want to sit there and say that Saleh's lost the team, but that certainly doesn't sound like the case, or you want, like, honestly, the
They
biggest
had some pretty bad vibes.
well, then maybe
How much of that is
that's
Rodgers,
all.
though?
Then maybe this just cures it. I
Well,
I
here's the
don't
thing.
understand if this is the all in. Go get Devontae Adams and hope that Saleh can figure it out. But making this change at this point and then thinking that you're going to make a magical turnaround on offense, I don't know.
First of all, it's part and parcel with what bad owners do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But
Didn't even consult the GM.
no, it's bad. This is a bad franchise practice.
Yes.
But at the same time, I see why he did it. There are real bad vibes around that team.
Yeah.
And you said, well, what if Rodgers is more the problem? Well, you can't fire Rodgers.
That's
No,
true.
You can't.
So somebody's got to go. Now, I thought Hackett would be the guy, but
He should have been.
but he's a Rodgers guy, right? Doesn't Rodgers back
And that's just
Hackett?
it. He was going to. I mean, it sounded like Saleh almost lit the fuse by going to fire Hackett, and they're like, no. Let's just jump ahead of this before we get all that upset.
But and you replaced Robert Saleh with his with a defensive coordinator. Like, I'm telling you, the problem is, from watching the Jets, the problem is they have a antiquated offense and
Hackett?
with Hackett, and they have a guy in Aaron Rodgers who is not playing that well. And the system that he's playing in, like, Aaron Rodgers wants to run this NFL offense from 5 or 6 years ago where he's in total control in this quick little game that he's got going on. And the game, I'm not going to say that it's passed him by, but when you look at what the good offenses are doing around the NFL and the structure in which they're playing, this is not the Jets. I think they're trying to live on Aaron Rodgers from 5 years ago with Hackett, and this isn't Aaron Rodgers. That Aaron Rodgers is not walking through the building. And dare I say it, the last couple of weeks, one of the biggest problems with this team is indeed Aaron Rodgers. And so, I mean, maybe firing Hackett is not an option because Rodgers and he goes south after all that. Robert Saleh was not the issue there, and this does not solve their problems.
I don't think we know that. I think it's possible that Robert Saleh was the issue, and Ulbrich comes in, and everybody looks better. There's a weight off his shoulder. Like, this is happening with Sirianni.
Yeah.
In Philly. Like, sometimes the coach and the vibe comes from the head coach. I don't know if that's true, but I think that's probably where Woody Johnson was going with this. But Rodgers has been bad. He threw 3 picks in London. But these guys like Hackett, I just will never understand why they continue to get jobs.
Because Aaron Rodgers?
I really don't get it. And there's a lot of guys in the business that just over and over suck and over get embarrassed and fired and move on. And yet they continue to get rehired. It blows me away. And Nathaniel Hackett's near the top of that list.
Yeah. Well, and just next time you watch the Jets offense, look at the good offenses in the shifts and the motions and the play action and everything that's going into it and the window dressing, and then watch the Jets play and tell me if you don't see an alarming difference in the way the Jets play offense and everyone else. And again, I think one of the problems is Aaron Rodgers still thinks that he can control and manipulate everything at the line of scrimmage, and he's in total control, and it's not there anymore. And until they address that issue right there, it doesn't matter who the head coach is.
Sounds like Saleh was trying.
Yeah.
And then they turfed him.
They turfed him.
And walked him out.
Yeah. Which, by the way, seriously?
Escorted him out.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him talk to any of the staff. They wouldn't let him talk to any of the players. They escorted him out. That is such a horse crap look for an organization, and you're going to end up with bad candidates. A couple years ago, remember, like the Browns and what they had to settle for? That's how you end up with who was that guy? Was it Chizinski or something?
Rob Chizinski.
That's how you end up with dudes like that, because anyone that's worth their weight wants nothing to do with your organization.
All right, more NFL next on The Fan. Rob sticking around for Window Nation. October is the best time to
FXX, WJJ, HD2 Portland, 1080, The Fan.
Who is the yacht rock of the NFL?
Are you kidding me?
An Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, playoff baseball in the National League today. Game 3 between the Mets and Phillies going on in New York right now. New York looking for a 2-1 series lead. They're up 4-0 on Philly in the 7th inning. Coming up just after 6 o'clock, it's Game 3 between the Dodgers and Padres in San Diego. LA will send Walker Buehler to the hill. Michael King takes the mound for the Friars. That series also tied a game apiece. In the NFL, first head coaching fire of the season as the Jets head coach Robert Saleh has been relieved of his duties. Reports indicate that Saleh planned to demote offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett today, but was terminated before he could make any personnel changes. Meanwhile, in New England, a change at the quarterback position as rookie Drake May will take over as the signal caller there. And the puck dropping on a new NHL season for the Seattle Kraken this afternoon. Seattle jumped out to a 2-0 second period lead. They now trail 3-2 with about 6 minutes to play in the third. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports leader is 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome.
Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the sugarcoating.
I hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
This is gonna be great.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is Isaac and Suk. That's our name. Don't wear it out. You remember that?
Butthead.
What up?
That's my name. Don't wear it out. What does that even mean? Don't wear it out. I want you to wear my name out.
Make like a tree. Get
And
out of
leave.
here.
Yeah, so we're partying. We're watching Suk's Mets. He's feeling good. They're up 4-0 in the 7th on the Phillies.
Loving the Mets, crapping on the Jets, and Robert Saleh and Aaron Rodgers and Woody Johnson.
Yeah, I saw the odds on Jets' next head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready?
Yeah, they said that they're going to give, is it the Ulbrich? They said they're going to give him every opportunity to win the job, which, by the way, don't give the intern the job. Look at Antonio Pierce. Please
Are
don't.
you sitting down? Are you ready?
Yeah, what do we got?
Bill Belichick,
Oh, okay.
2-1.
All right.
He's the odds-on favorite.
Yeah.
We have Mike Vrabel, 5-1.
It's a lot of information, so.
He's out there.
Yeah, but
He did a
why
nice
would
job.
you hire him?
Did a nice job in Tennessee. I mean,
Yeah, he did. But isn't he another Robert Saleh?
yeah, it just depends on what you want to. I mean,
Belichick.
yeah, look, again, how much none of this matters unless you have to decide, does Aaron Rodgers want to come back to do this again? And can you bring in an offensive coordinator that can modernize their offense?
Okay,
So,
you might like the next guy then.
yeah.
Ben Johnson,
See,
6-1.
I would be very, very interested
I can't
in
even imagine.
what Ben Johnson could bring. Because if you look at, again, going back to, if you look at what the Lions do and you look at what the Jets do, the Lions are a great example of they make offense easy for their quarterback. And I get the Lions have a bevy of really good players and they have an elite O-line. So that is an easier thing to do. But it's all the more reason why, if you're the Jets and you're Aaron Rodgers and you don't have a good O-line, but you do have good skill players, not quite like the Lions, but you've got some guys on the outside. You've got a couple good backs. Why do you want to make things harder on yourself? Especially in an era now where defenses are making it more challenging than ever. Watch the Jets play. The best example of this, did you see where Van Ginkel, the Minnesota linebacker, had the pick six?
Yeah.
Watch what they do on that. So this is what Brian Flores and what Minnesota's been doing all year. They get you into these third and obvious passing situations, which, by the way, the Jets dropped back 54 times and they ran the ball 14 times. You want to talk about against a team that is the number one team on third down obvious passing situations where Minnesota can bring any kind of look. They're doing things on defense that I like. Even when I watch them on film, I'm like, I don't know where the hell that came from. I'm like, oh my God, like the way they're bailing on things. And they're walking up into like a bear front where every offensive lineman is covered. And it's almost impossible to sift through what Minnesota is going to end up in on the snap. And Aaron Rodgers does nothing. There's no shift. There's no motion. You're taking Chinese math quizzes and you're not giving yourself any answers pre-snap. So he snaps the ball and he automatically assumes it's a full-on blitz because everyone's mugged up. And he goes to throw the little slant, which is 5 years ago how you handle that blitz. And what does Minnesota do? They bail out of it. They end up playing zone. And who's standing right in the passing lane? But Van Ginkel, the Minnesota linebacker, and Aaron Rodgers, I guarantee you went to the sidelines and said, where did that guy come from? Because that's what teams are doing now. And if you're unwilling to run the ball, if you're unwilling to have play action, if you're unwilling to do shifts and motions to try to get the defense to tip their hat, this offense will continue to struggle. And I just think Aaron Rodgers is stuck in this. I'm comfortable doing it my way. And at this point in my career, I'm not willing to change. And if that is the case, it doesn't matter who their head coach is. They will be stuck in this. And really, Rodgers, he just doesn't look like he has it anymore.
Well, and Hackett is an enabler.
No, exactly.
Because he's always worked with Rodgers. It's like the only reason he's ever gotten a job.
Exactly.
So would you say they have concepts of a plan then?
I think they have bad
concepts of a plan.
But this whole thing was kind of built on bad concepts of a plan. You brought in a guy that was supposed to be your savior, and in the NFL, saviors don't exist, with the exception of probably Pat Mahomes and maybe Lamar Jackson. Like, there just isn't saviors. Even guys like Mahomes and Jackson, they need structure. And you just acquiesced and let Aaron Rodgers bring in Lazard and these guys that he wanted. You let him bring in his crappy offensive coordinator, and you kind of let Aaron bully your franchise. And it resulted in a blown Achilles and now an offseason where there was no continuity, and you shoved all your chips in the middle and it's not working. And somehow you ended up firing your defensive coordinator who had actually done, well, your defensive-minded coach who had actually done a pretty decent job on the defensive side of the ball. And where you're going from here, I don't know. And also, it's funny that the two names that are being brought up in Vrabel and Belichick, both defensive guys. The Ben Johnson thing is interesting. I just don't know what Aaron Rodgers would think about going to and listening to a young guy that tells him, hey, man, we need to do things differently. And by the way, the last time Aaron Rodgers listened to a guy, remember, he butted heads with and didn't want to play his way, he won 2 MVPs with Matt LaFleur, who turned out that Matt LaFleur did know what he was doing. So, you know, I just think that Rodgers at this point may be more of a problem than he is a solution.
Well, there are over 50 names on the odds list for next Jets head coach.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Over 50.
Yikes.
Who's got the longest odds?
Well, I'll tell you what. If I'm Ben Johnson, I don't want that job. Because Ben Johnson, with the way the Lions are playing, he'll have his choice. I wouldn't take that job because you're signing up for something that really is... It's probably over, and they're going to try to get Rodgers and that group to hang around for another year or two and try to run it back. Don't do it. Go somewhere where you can build something kind of like what Ryans has down in Houston. Go someplace where you're going to get a high pick, draft your quarterback. Don't tie your future to Aaron Rodgers and then have to be like, where do we go from here?
So some of the names on the list are Matt Nagy, Joe Brady, Arthur Smith, scrolling down, Jim Schwartz, Kellen Moore, Wes Phillips, Greg Roman, Jim Bob Cooter. I mean, everybody's on this list.
Everybody.
But you asked who has the longest odds? At 250 to 1, you have Deion Sanders, Jim Harbaugh, Nick Saban, Rex Ryan, and Tony Romo.
Nice.
But there is one man at 5,000 to 1. So 250 to 1 are all those guys I just mentioned. This guy is dead last, but he is on the list. 5,000 to 1, and my God, would I pay all the money in my wallet? Well, I don't have a wallet, and I don't have much money.
Can I guess?
I would pay to see them hire this guy. It would be so funny.
Oh, funny. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's absurd.
I was going to say Andy Reid because there's no way he's
someone
leaving
that
Kansas
hates
City.
Rodgers.
It would be an absolutely absurd hire.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
No, good guess.
That's a good
guess. If you think about it, you might get it.
I'm trying to think of who's like just the...
It would be absolutely absurd.
Mike McCarthy?
Oh, no. God, that'd be amazing. I would pay for that. Mike McCarthy to come back and deal with Rodgers again?
He's not a coach.
He's not a coach. Elon Musk.
Joe Rogan.
No, he's an old.
He's an old?
Yeah.
Boy, I don't know.
Like a
ayahuasca shaman.
What? So what, Biden's done being president, so you can come be the head coach?
Larry
David.
The man who the Jets should hire at 5,000 to 1 is.
Didn't Larry David say that he could run the Jets offense?
Joe Namath.
Oh, nice.
Can you imagine old Joe Namath over there? Getting a guy's face.
That would be amazing. Isn't he like almost 80 years old?
Yeah. That's why he's 5,000 to 1.
Someone go hire Urban Meyer. Yeah, it's
come
just,
on. He's not even on here.
You made the effort and it didn't work, and this thing is going nowhere fast. But, you know, the GM will be next. If I'm the GM, whatever I can to go get Devontae Adams, go get him because you're fired at the end of the year anyways. You're not making those picks. So you might as well give up whatever capital you got to go get him, and maybe you can that division's very winnable, or at least the playoffs. So go get him and maybe win 9 games.
Next head coach fired. Doug Peterson 1-1.
Oh, it should be Antonio Pierce.
Nick Sirianni 4-1. Kevin Stefanski 6-1. Antonio Pierce way down there at 16-1.
Well, maybe they're too
Taylor isn't up there.
Maybe they're too cheap. Antonio Pierce might be the worst coach in the NFL.
My money would be on
He's
Stefanski
really
getting the next.
I would think
it's going to be the same thing as the Browns.
I thought it'd be Zach
Jets.
Taylor in Cincinnati. That team should be 4-1, and they're 1-4.
Yeah, he's 12-1.
Yeah,
but I think Stefanski is low key on the block because Winston sucks, and you can't you're
Again,
stuck.
it's like the Rodgers thing.
The
You can't
same
fire
thing.
him. So
and they're a bad franchise, just like the Jets, and they'll chase their tail. They always do, and they're panicking.
Tell you what, if Stefanski gets fired, and like I'm the Raiders or the Jags, I fire my guy and immediately go get Stefanski. Stefanski's a good coach.
I think so too.
He's just stuck. And by the way, he doesn't want to play Deshaun Watson. Ownership won't let him bench him. So Stefanski is not the problem there in Cleveland. But like the interim thing, like Antonio Pierce is such I don't know how much you've seen of the Raiders. That is slowly becoming a mudslide of galactic proportions, and there's no coming back from it. Top to bottom, that thing, when the end of the year and we look around and say, who's the worst team in the NFL, I think we might be pointing at the Raiders.
All right, our NFL Week 5 ankle biter is next. We'll wrap up the week that was in the National Football League when we return on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
Our good
Well, now the Mets are just showing off. They're up 7-0
Going into the 8th.
on the Phillies.
Is it okay to take a victory lap yet, or don't? Yeah, no.
I would.
No,
I
I'm
would.
Not. I'm not.
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm not.
I'm telling you, I was taking victory laps yesterday. The
I
Royals
know.
were up 4-1. Yankees weren't coming back.
I don't think they're coming back, but at the same time, I don't feel comfortable yet. Let's get into the 9th, and then
I gotta tell ya,
I'll cocky sniff.
There's a topic there because I'm already seeing Philly fans bitching about their lineup.
Yeah.
There's an element to discuss of why some of these teams are built with nothing but mashers.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times we have to see the mashers fail in the postseason before these GMs start realizing. If you look at the teams that win, look at the Giants when they won. I'm bringing them up because Buckley's right over there, and he'll probably be butthurt if I don't. My Royals, 2015.
Now you just opened the door for Suk to insult me.
Well, that's what I do. The Diamondbacks last year, I know they didn't win it, but I'm just saying, like, look at the teams that make runs. Like, look at what the Mets are doing. 1 through 9, they may not have stars at every level of the lineup, but they mix in contact guys. They have guys like Iglesias is a great example. You just picked up Iglesias.
Yep.
He just hit a 3-run double. That guy can't be stopped. He's hitting like 320, but he's, you could technically call him a punch and Judy. You're not going to hit a home run.
Yeah.
But you have to have guys like that in your lineup to get on base, to annoy pitchers, to steal bases,
Work counts, all
to
that
work.
stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And these teams like the Phillies, and I think the Yankees are kind of like this, they just don't mix those guys in. And their lineups, when you're pitching to them, you look at their lineup and you go, well, here's another out.
If you can get by them, Well,
it's like, dude, when Giancarlo Stanton comes up to the plate as a Royals fan, I laugh. Like, this is great. Keep throwing him out there.
Bring it.
Yeah. Wait, he's up? Perfect. And you don't want that. What you want is you want guys, they don't have to be big names like Stanton, but you want guys that are tough outs.
Yeah.
That annoy you.
Yeah.
The Padres have this. They signed they traded for Arise. They added Bogarts. They have this kid Jackson Merrill
They're
who's
tough
mashing.
outs.
They're all tough outs. Yeah.
I'll
Up
see
and
if I
down
can
the
find
lineup.
it. Will Clark talked about this the other day. It was a clip that was going viral.
Yeah.
Suk might have seen it.
Yeah,
but basically,
I saw it.
He's like, all these guys out here who don't shorten up and try to like put the ball in
Yes.
play with 2 strikes, and they all hit 230, and they've got about 15 dingers to show for it.
Yeah, he said
like
he said
they need to go hit singles.
Yeah, he
Bingo.
said in my day, if you were hitting 230, you got your ass sent down.
That's right.
And by the way, I did see that clip going around, and I went and looked it up, and there was a year, and some of this is kind of old man baseball because obviously so much of baseball now has been predicated on people have figured it out. It's just it's home runs and strikeouts, right? We're elevating the ball. But I went and looked because Will Clark was talking about some of his lineups. He did have a year where I think 7 guys were hitting above 260 on one of his Giants teams. And I was like, you don't see that.
Well, batting average is at an all-time low.
Yes.
But
And some of that is specialty and bullpen and all that. But
I think that if you look at the teams that really do go deep, they're not built that way.
Yeah. There is something to be said for, and we say this all the time, and sometimes it's getting hot at the right time. Every team that makes a run or wins a World Series has 2 or 3 guys that you don't really hear much of, but end up playing big roles because they end up with big hits.
All right. Where were we?
I don't know. I was busy celebrating a potential
Ankle biter?
Mets 2-1
Oh, we got the ankle biter.
series win. Yeah, the ankle biter.
Yeah, I was actually looking up.
'Cause I'm done crapping on the Jets now, I promise.
I've been distracted. So I'm going back to the 08 Phillies, the last time the Phillies won it.
Yeah.
Actually won it.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at their lineup, and I want to see if they mixed in. So they had guys like, Shane Victorino,
The Flying Hawaiian.
Chase Utley, Rollins. That was
More
only
tough outs.
Yeah, they're just tougher hitters.
And they had some pop, those guys too.
Yeah,
but
they
still.
did. They had the Ryan Howards of the world and Pat Burrells, but their team was those guys, Jason Worth, and guys like that. And that's what I was gonna say. I wanted to call myself out and say, hey, well, the Phillies did it in 08 because they had a group of matches, but they really didn't.
Yeah.
Utley and Rollins weren't. I mean, they could hit home runs, but those guys were just good hitters.
Well, look, I get where you're coming from, but if I told you going into the series that I wasn't terrified of the Phillies lineup because they got some dudes that can hit, I'd be lying. It's a good lineup, but you're right. I mean,
but they're easy to strike
We've
out.
seen good lineups fail.
And Sean Manaea is looking like Cy Young out there.
Yeah, and Sevy, with the exception of the really the two pitches, was doing the same thing. He was dealing. Yeah. The Mets pitching has been fantastic in this series, minus the,
well, like I said,
that one inning for Sevy.
You need guys that can shorten up and get on base.
Yes. I will say,
don't really have that.
It is shocking to me how many times in 2 and 3 run games where guys with no one on are swinging from their shoes. Yep. That is one that I am fully, I do not understand. It's like, dude, even the game against the Padres, right? Or not the Padres, but the Brewers. When they were going into the 9th down by 2, and that was like the Frankie Lindor thing. Just get on base, right? Lindor ends up working a deep count, gets a walk, and then I think there was a strikeout. Vanto struck out, and then Nimmo shortened up, got on, and it wasn't just a little single to the outfield, and then it brought up Alonso. Then at that point, you're like, sure, swing for the shoes. But everyone before that, right, was just trying to get on base. And you're like, dude, if we just get on and then give Pete the chance, and not everyone can be Pete Alonso and hit 220. Like you said, you kind of have to space him throughout the lineup.
Got to manufacture runs in the postseason, man.
Yep.
All right.
And someone brought up like the Orioles. That happened to them.
Yeah.
Right? Just a bunch of guys swinging from their shoes, and they ended up going home.
They were such easy outs.
They were terrible.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
Braves, too. Did you say them, Braves?
The Royals won that series scoring, what, 3 runs?
Matt Olson, Marcell Ozuna, those guys were swinging out of their shoes, and they couldn't do anything.
Olson, Ozuna. I'm trying to think of the other guy. Riley was hurt.
Riley was hurt.
They usually have Acuna, and he was hurt.
Right. Albies
pretty good. I mean, if fully healthy, that lineup's dangerous, but I see what you're saying about some of them. They had Soler. He's one of those guys that just swings for the fifth. Anyway, wrapping up NFL Week 5. Rookie quarterbacks now 8-1 since week 3.
Well, and
they're all 3 improving, and now we're going to get Drake May.
See, that's a big mistake, by the way. Drake May is going to die. The O-line, that offense, they're going to set him back. Jaden Daniels continues to impress. I still think there's going to be a reckoning there with that Cliff Kingsbury offense, but he is playing so good right now. And quietly, every week when you look at the numbers, Caleb Williams has improved every single week, and he finally had his breakout game. I know, bad team, but you are seeing a nice progression in Caleb Williams. It's just overshadowed because in Washington, you've got someone that's having CJ Stroud level performance as a rookie. And the weird thing about Washington, he's doing it with not a great O-line. Their run game has been very effective, and it shouldn't be. And he's doing it with one receiver. What's happening in Washington, I actually think is a bigger surprise than what's happening in Minnesota. I mean, it's the 2 best stories in the NFL right now, and a lot of that is coaching. But I'm going with a nod to what's happening in Washington is a little more scratch my head. What the hell is happening?
Yeah, it's objectively hilarious to me that Dan Snyder is history and suddenly Washington has a quarterback. I think that's hilarious.
Who's playing he's great. So good.
He
right
really
now.
is.
Yeah.
If you're not watching him, he just seems, I don't know, he just seems so in control.
Yeah, nothing's rattling him.
And Kingsbury has a good offense going. I mean, they're fun to watch.
Yep.
9 one-score finishes in the NFL this week.
Yeah.
9.
Well, and
technically a 10th with the Giants Seahawks, but it ended up being a 2-score game. But
that Ravens Cincy game, one of the better football games, because a lot of times I'm mainly a red zone guy, and then if there's a game that I want to watch, I'll focus in on it, and that was maybe my favorite game I've watched all year. That was great. That was 2 quarterbacks at their best throwing haymakers, and Lamar was a little bit better, even though he was dropping snaps and trying to give the game away. Cincinnati, can someone explain to me the idea of a 52-yard field goal and then you just being like, we don't need to do anything, we'll just attempt to kick a 52-yard field goal?
Coaching malpractice. They had 3rd and 7, and they had a 50-yarder coming up, and they're like, we're good, we'll just run it. Yeah, you have Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. What are you doing?
And I get Burrow through the 1 pick, but Joe Burrow was dealing. I mean, absolutely dealing. And you got into that and thought to yourself, snaps 1, 2, and 3, we're just going to run. I mean, Zach Taylor said it. We're going to run the ball 3 times. They were afraid of taking a sack and getting out of field goal range after the Ravens gifted you the ball.
How about move the ball? You've already put up 38 points. Put up some more.
That's every now and then, even good coaches, they do things that I try to wrap my head around and I can't. I give you the Cincinnati Bengals. Who are now 1-4, by the way.
All right, in the news is coming up next. One local woman realizes Big Sook's dream.
Why can't it be me?
Do you know what that is?
Oh, I know what it is.
Is she friends with raccoons?
You'll find out.
We'll see.
Whoa.
Here's Buckley.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan. Playoff baseball in the National League today. The Mets and Phillies playing Game 3 right now. Currently a 6-0 Mets lead in the top of the 8th inning. Home runs from Pete Alonso and Jesse Winker for New York. Coming up just after 6 o'clock, Game 3 between the Dodgers and Padres in San Diego. LA will send Walker Buehler to the hill. Michael King takes the mound for the Friars. That series is tied 1 game apiece. In the NFL, first head coach firing of the season is here as the Jets have relieved head coach Robert Saleh of his head coaching duties. Reports indicate Saleh was planning to demote offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett today, but was terminated before he could make any personnel changes. Meanwhile, in New England, a change at quarterback as rookie Drake May will take over as signal caller there. The puck dropped on a new NHL season today for the Seattle Kraken. They took a 2-0 lead into the second intermission, but they fell 3-2 to the St. Louis Blues. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitter.
That's right. Primetime with Isaac and Suk. And this is 1080 The Fan. It is October 8, 2024. It's time now for In the News. I am your noted and humble newsman.
Bro.
It is brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com.
It's almost like we just talked about those guys.
Which would you like to celebrate today? Would you like to celebrate lesbians, salmon, or octopus? Pick two.
Black basketball playing lesbians.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
If I
one.
had to rank them, I'm going lesbians 1,
Okay.
the octopi 2.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, of the fishes,
Salmon third.
I'm more of a whitefish guy.
Okay.
So shocker. I like the whites. So I'm going lesbians, octopus, salmon. That's my power rankings.
Okay,
1, 2,
well then
3.
I will give you that it is International Lesbian Day.
Well then shout out to the power lesbians, my neighbors who are wonderful people. Kudos to you.
And of
You
course-
can also get the power snatch. Really? We got to go there.
Portland, one of the greatest cities in the world for lesbians.
What about Vancouver?
Portland, one of the greatest cities in the world for lesbians.
Well, I told you that it's a great setup because my two neighbors, the power lesbians, I told you, kitty corner across the intersection is non-lesbians that are very, very unhappy that the lesbians have moved into the neighborhood, and they're very angry, and they often put up signs that are that are very much directed towards the lesbians, and it's hilarious because they somehow think they're in their kitchen, and all they do is make my neighbors. They think it's fantastic. They just laugh their asses off.
It is also World Octopus Day.
You know, the octopus is very smart. I'm pro octopus. It actually makes me not want to eat octopus.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. You know, the calamari, I feel bad because the octopus is so smart.
I have no problem eating octopus, but
No.
yes, they are a great animal.
It's like it's like eating they're eating the dogs. Like the octopus is very smart. It's intelligent.
They're eating the dogs.
I don't like it.
They're eating the cats.
The documentary.
Eating the pets of the people that live there.
What was that movie?
What are you talking about?
My octopus teacher?
My Octopus Teacher, the
Yeah, it's a
Netflix
good,
doc.
good movie.
It made me.
Yeah, until it seemed like he might have done stuff with the octopus.
Oh, he had sex with that octopus. But it made me not want to eat octopus. I felt bad. I feel bad now eating it.
Well, today celebrate the octopi.
They're eating the pets.
A woman in Poulsbo, Washington called for help after dozens of raccoons showed up at her house demanding food on October 3rd.
It's ridiculous. She's calling for help. Send them to my house. That is my dream, is to just open my back porch and have an army of raccoons being like, what's up?
I lived out a little souk dream over the weekend. We went to the coast for a night in Seaside, and my wife was outside in the hot tub when a family of 4 raccoons popped up on the corner fence and wanted to come hang out.
Yeah. Why doesn't this happen to me?
Oh, by the way, we're being corrected.
What?
Calamari is
Squid, right?
Yeah.
Squid.
That's squid, but
Not octopus.
No, whenever we go to Japan, we do the octopus balls, the takoyaki, which is delightful. But now I feel bad.
Deputies said the woman had been feeding the raccoons for nearly 4 decades. However, the woman told law enforcement the raccoons became more demanding just a few weeks ago.
They're not putting up with your sass.
How about that?
Look,
How about that? The uprising.
I love it. I love it. And
They
I
finally getting cocky.
I see these videos where someone says they like feed a raccoon or two, and then they go out one day and there's just a sea of them. Why? I try to feed the raccoons every day, and yet they won't come anywhere near the house.
Did you see what it would cost? So she, whoa.
You all right?
Well, I got some issues on my screen here. 1 second. She was looking into the idea of having somebody come out and remove them. There were like over 100 of them.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Dude, that's
awesome.
crazy. Have you seen the video of it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
I know.
They're everywhere.
I don't know if it's 100. I mean, the video, I would say it was more like 25, but
Well, she was quoted $500 per raccoon in order to trap and relocate them. And with an estimated 100 raccoons, that would put her total at least $50,000.
I love when she called the cops, and the cops were like, as far as we know, the raccoons have done nothing wrong. Okay, Sorry, I got a little nervous there in the 8th. But,
Well, it's really her own fault. Stop feeding the raccoons.
well, and again,
You get what you
Yeah.
reap what you sow.
but that's not true, because if that was the case, there'd be 100 raccoons in my backyard, and they're not.
Are you feeding them?
Yes.
They'll be there soon.
I've been feeding them for years. And here's the thing. If you'd like to get rid of raccoons, get an Akita. I promise you, they'll come nowhere near your yard.
Well, look, she's been feeding them for 40 years, and they only just now showed up in groves.
Yeah.
I
So,
mean,
well, I've put in like,
I don't know what that is.
I put in like 4 years of work. I even put a little like ledge up in the tree where I put little tidbits for the raccoons.
Well, you're going to need apparently you need about 35 more years before they finally get fed up and bring the whole army.
Do they just show up? Can you imagine if I just came down one morning or one evening, turned on the back porch light, and there was just like 30 raccoons? I would just.
What would you do?
I would party.
What does that mean?
I think I would just go get treats, and I would sit out there and I'd smoke a cigar and feed raccoons. And then Operation Best Friend would finally come to fruition. It's all I want is to sit out at my fire and feed raccoons.
They might scratch you up.
That's all right.
Or eat your face.
I'm hurt. Kind of want to see what would happen if I unleashed the Akita in the backyard. Do they just?
If he had 30 to go after?
Do they just mob him?
No, I don't think they mob him. I think
They're
they throw,
eating the dogs.
I think they throw their weakest at him. Like, here, take Pete. He sucks.
We'll execute the baby.
Is it possible that there's like one little raccoon that gets left behind, and that's the one that I adopt and raise as my own?
It is possible.
That's,
yeah.
Look.
Well, dare to dream, Jason.
Part of my sick, weird fantasy is that one day, like, there'll be a sickly baby raccoon that mama abandons in my backyard, and then I'm forced to nurse it back to health, and then it becomes my best friend.
I am deciding against the woman stuffed in a suitcase story.
Oh, really? We're not doing that?
I just told you that story.
Yeah. Why not?
Did you see there was a decapitated Mexican? He was a mayor, perhaps.
Wow.
Anyways, that was going on down south of the border.
He got his. Where's his? What?
He went missing, and then they found his head 6 days later on his car.
Oh.
On his car.
It was like a flex from whoever did it. Like, hey, yeah, no, just in case you're wondering, he didn't just walk off.
Boy, that's a little.
Well, okay, I'll tell you this.
It's a little rough.
Since Buckley's just going to talk about severed heads.
Yeah. What do we got?
In Seattle, they were there was like this pile of trash by this homeless camp.
Mm-hmm.
And it had been there for like a year.
Yeah.
And this woman had been missing for like a year.
Yeah.
And so something happened. I don't remember what it was that occurred. Maybe there was an arrest over there or somebody got unruly, and they finally took a look at the pile of trash, and there was a suitcase in the pile of trash. She was in the suitcase.
That's not good. It's not good.
Just
it'd been there the entire time.
sitting in there.
What did that smell like?
And she said, finally.
She just pops out of there.
She's
hey,
like,
everybody.
God.
About time someone opened that up. Well, I mean, you look at those homeless camps. I mean, is it weird to think that happens probably more than you realize?
No, but I don't know. The suitcase thing adds a layer that.
Well, didn't we have one in Portland where someone tried to get rid of a body, one of the homeless people, by burning it? Just in his homeless trash fire, he just thought he could get rid of a body. Turns out
that was in Beaverton. Yeah.
It turns out not a good idea.
Why not?
Doesn't work that way.
Well, it can.
No, it can't. Can't burn bones. That doesn't work. People fail to realize that. When they cremate you after they burn you, they crush your bones. The bones don't burn up. Not the way it works.
Good advice.
Yeah, just tip.
We have a new hero amongst us, Jason. And his name, or maybe her, is Jackie. That story next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
And he swings at the first pitch, launches it to right, back Castellanos, Pete Alonso, back at Citi Field, 1-0 New York. This time Winker cranks it, it's a no-doubt shot, upper deck, 2-0.
Winker cranks it.
I don't even know what to make anymore. But
Mets are up 6-2.
I'm starting to believe that the New York Mets just may have enough to do this
Why
whole
are you
stinking
starting to believe?
Because
Have you not been watching them?
I have. I don't.
My God.
I don't.
They're
wanna,
unstoppable.
I don't want to reverse jinx it, but I'm
Well, you
starting
just
to believe.
did.
I said I'm starting to believe.
Just believe. They're great. They might win it all. They're going to the World Series.
I don't know,
Well, the
your
Padres are pretty
Padres
tough.
scare me.
Maybe that's the World Series.
I don't like the look of the Padres.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 windows free. 0 down, no interest or payments for 24 months from Window Nation. Schedule an estimate now by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
Seahawks.
...2024, time for one more story, and it is an uplifting one.
We need it after the
the suitcase story.
Suitcase story. Burning homeless people.
Although I was thinking about this during the break. It really is a thing. Like, if so, the woman was in the suitcase for like a year
Sure.
at this homeless camp. it is a thing that anyone outside of that's what they do for a living, we will not touch or go near those homeless encampments.
Zero chance.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it is so off-putting to us.
Anything could be happening there. We'd have no
and
idea.
we're just like, look, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, so, if they would just mind their P's and Q's, how long would she have been? I mean, she was in there for a year.
A long time, man. Unless you were coming in and doing a full-on sweep.
That's what I mean.
And I don't know how often those happen. And even when you do the full-on sweep, I'm guessing you just come in with with big, trash compactors and sweep everything up. You may never find that.
And the next question is what would it take to get you to go, to go into one of those and just lay down and have a nap?
Zero chance.
Have a nap?
I ride by one
You know what I'm
all
saying?
the time. And I don't even think it's one of the worst ones. If you want a bad one, like when I ride out on my bike out to, what's the little park out there in St. John's? I forget, but I'll ride out there.
Cathedral Park?
Yeah. And I have to run under a couple overpasses, and those are, dude, it's like another world down there. I just riding through that in the day. I don't like it. It takes me maybe 30 seconds to ride through that thing. You're telling me I got to stop and hang out there? No, man. That ain't happening. A serious amount of trash. Although, in all honesty, it's probably not as scary or as you think.
Yeah.
You'd probably be fine.
That's right. That's kind of what I'm getting at is that, like, it's
probably
I'm sure it's
fear-mongering,
fine.
but
It's gross. It seems gross.
It
but I
is
tell you
gross.
what, you cannot get it. I mean, people are, it's like they are not touching any of that stuff to save their life.
I mean, the smell alone, just as you ride through, is enough to just say, stay away. And that's the thing is, like, a rotting body for a year, I know
Just
that's
blends in.
It just blends in. It just blends in.
A Portland canine officer has been named one of the country's most heroic dogs.
Hey, I love that.
Jackie is a 6-year-old German short-haired pointer. And I'm trying to figure out if Jackie, is Jackie a male?
I don't know.
I can't tell. It's Jacky.
Yeah.
So it might be a boy. I don't know. Semi-finalist for an American Humane 2024 Hero Dog Award in the Law Enforcement and First Responders category.
She is a semi-finalist for the award.
She's
a bitch.
How do you know that? It doesn't say that on here.
It says right here.
It says it on your story?
Jackie is a 6-year-old German Shepherd short-haired pointer. She is a semi-finalist for the American Humane Society Hero Dog Award. So again, Jackie, she's a bitch.
Maybe she's a them.
Girl, you something else.
Them, they dog.
Yeah, we respect your privacy. Good-looking pup, though.
Yeah, but she doesn't look like a... She's an interesting dog. She doesn't look like a
well, no, she's not.
police dog.
She just sniffs out danger.
Yeah, but she just doesn't... That's not what you normally see when you see the popo.
No, when we think of dogs, we think of chopper sick balls, whereas a lot of them are just there to sniff out the trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This says she's not your typical police dog, so I think it helps with a lot of the community engagement with TriMet. When we're on trains, people are constantly coming up to us. What is she? What is she doing? I've never seen a police dog like this, said Officer Barry. Jackie and her talented nose, there we go, talented nose, have also helped protect major sporting events like the Super Bowl, the Olympic trials in Eugene, and Major League Baseball's All-Star Game.
When she's not on duty, she likes to play fetch outdoors. Way to go,
Of course she
Jackie.
does.
Can I say I wouldn't want one because they're just really high energy. You got to have a real active lifestyle. But the German pointers, those are beautiful dogs. Those are really, really like sharp looking pups. But you gotta those have to have like jobs and missions, and they're very focused.
What if it said when she's not on duty, she likes smoking cigarettes and drinking
Then maybe
expensive bottles of red wine?
Then maybe Jackie would be my kind of gal. Let's go, Jackie. Sit on down and let's do it.
She likes feeding raccoons out on her deck.
They're eating the dogs.
Dogs.
Well, that's awesome. I don't know how you win Hero Dog of the Year, but I'll cast my vote for Jackie.
That's your in the news for October 8, 2024.
I was gonna say, isn't every police dog, if you ask that police department, saying that their dog is the best dog?
I don't think they are.
No?
No.
I think there's a couple that are like,
I think there's a couple of them like, this dog sucks.
You don't want this.
There's an old adage, everyone thinks their dog is the best and everyone is right.
Well, yeah,
Unless
but
you-
I mean
unless
that's
you have
another
a,
level.
Unless you have a
I
Labradoodle.
knew that was coming. I walked right into that one.
Then you know that your dog is not the best.
And by the way, my dog, I do not think my dog is the best.
No.
We love her, but there are a lot of households that would punt her straight to the street. And I think that's why she was a street dog.
Yeah. I've had some dogs that I can admit are not the best dogs.
And she's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But she's funny.
Yeah.
And we love her.
Yeah.
And she's smart. But buckle up.
Molly Tenji's.
Molly Tenji's. All right, coming up next, it is Hot 5 at 5 time. I've got sports news on the Fan.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift.
right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little, what's today, Tuesday?
I'm having a great Tuesday.
Yeah,
great Tuesday.
Mets have just won.
One more to go. Though
That's big Souk right over there.
This series should be over. They should have had game 2.
So, best of 5. They're up 2-1.
Yep.
Game 4 will be tomorrow.
In New York, and then you got a travel day. 2-2-1.
Is it tomorrow?
I don't know. The schedules are all
The
screwy
schedules
for
are
this.
screwy.
Aren't they taking?
Well, the AL, we had a day off
Yes.
between games 1 and 2. You guys did not.
Wednesday, there is a game.
So they play again tomorrow.
Yeah,
They
do
play again tomorrow at 2.
And then if need be, they'll have Thursday off, and then Friday would be
Full slate tomorrow. All 4 teams play, or all 4 series play.
All 4 game. Oh, no, wait. It wouldn't be all 4 game 3s.
No, because the Guardian Tigers is game 3.
Phillies Mets is game 4.
Yeah, so some game 3, some
2
game 4.
4s and 2 game 3s.
American League game 3, NL game 4.
Hell yeah. That's exciting.
Hell yeah, that's good pizza.
Coming up today, what do we have for you? We're going to get into some Ohio State, Oregon talk. So that's super hot.
I don't mind talking to y'all.
We will talk to Dan Lanning, just not on Thursday.
Yeah, programming note, he moves to Friday this week.
Yeah.
We don't have a show on Thursday due to the Seahawks.
Who are coming off I cannot figure out what the hell happened against the Giants, but hey, welcome to the
NFL, man.
Yeah.
So landing Friday, we will have Dave Bartu on our show. I think he's coming on tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to get a lot of Ohio State, Oregon talk in here, and that will start here in our next segment. You have audio, everything Dan Lanning said about Ohio State last night in his presser. We also have some Chip Kelly audio we'll play for you this hour.
Yeah, you kind of forget the Chip angle. You know, he's just kind of quietly going about his business there at Ohio State, but he gets to come back to old Autzen Stadium.
Coming up tonight, we have a man killing a mountain lion, and we have another story of us overcoming our fear of snakes in a new, creative way. So we'll have those items for you tonight.
Why do we need to overcome our fear of snakes? Isn't sometimes just a fear of snakes a good thing? Isn't that nature's way of just saying stay away?
I got to be honest with you. I have a major fear of snakes.
Yeah.
I don't want to overcome it.
No, I mean,
I don't care to overcome it.
My wife hates them. Even talking about them bothers her.
I wouldn't say that I have an unnatural fear of snakes. I have a healthy respect for snakes. I lived in Florida, and it was part of my day-to-day life where you have to deal with them. And like when you travel like into the Far East, you deal with them. But why would I want to overcome fear of something that by nature wants nothing to do with me, and a lot of them can potentially kill me? I don't think there needs to be an overcoming. I just think we keep a mutually assured destruction. You stay away from me, I won't kill you. I stay away from you, you don't bite me. That's the sort of respect that I think for 46 years me and the snakes have had. And I like it that way.
So that's tonight, Club 1080. But right now, the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
That is 7 and 9 bull.
Number 5.
El Tiante. Louis Tiant has died. Former big league pitcher. Passes away at the age of 83. He was originally from Cuba. He spent time with our Portland Beavers. Matter of fact, he once said that when he was in the minors, he was treated like a dog in Charleston, South Carolina in the early 60s. Of course, racism and everything.
Yeah.
But once he moved to Portland, he had no problems.
Hey, look at us. You know, we have a bit of a checkered past when it comes to that, so good for Portland.
So that's where he went 15-1 for the Beavers, including a no-hitter before being called up by the Indians in 1964, and he never looked back. 2,400 strikeouts, 3.3 career ERA, never made it to the Hall.
Yeah.
But they're saying that he could be considered again in 2025.
But he was lovable. You know, everyone in Boston, they just talk about how charismatic he was.
He was great.
Yeah.
Great mustache.
Yeah.
Great wind-up.
Yeah, I mean, he had so much flair.
Yes. Louis Tiant. Can't say I knew he was still alive, but
yeah,
now he's dead.
Still had the great
Number
mustache
4.
even into his 80s. Just a little more white on
Well,
that.
they keep trying this NHL thing. I'm not sure it'll ever catch on, but they're opening another season tonight.
Yes, they are.
Actually, today.
Well, it already happened.
Yeah, the Kraken had a matinee today up in
Matinee
Seattle.
letdown.
Yeah, they lost.
Yeah, if you had a
3-2.
bad beat, if you had the over was 5.5, and it was 3-2, and St. Louis, as time expired, hit the post on an empty net.
Well, that was in the second, though.
Gambling.
Yeah, that was only in the second.
No, it was in the third period.
I'm looking at it right here.
No, they said it was an empty net. It was at the end of the game.
They scored all 3 of their goals in the second period, according to ESPN.
No. The over-under was 5.5. It was 5 goals, and at the end of the game, the Kraken had pulled their goalie, and it was a wide-open net, and the Blues guy shot it. So if you had the over, it was a gimme, and it hit the post, and then the time expired.
Apologies.
So it'll be a Van Pelt bad beat. And then tonight we got Blackhawks, Utah Hockey Club, and then the Bruins.
Come on, Utah Hockey
Utah
Club?
Hockey
Just
Club.
a 1-year placeholder till they actually roll with the Yeti or whatever.
Probably
the
the Yeti.
Puffed.
But Boston in Florida is the big one tonight, and that's almost into the second. Bruins down 2-1.
NFL rookie quarterbacks are 8-1 the last 3 weeks, and now we're going to get Drake May in on the action. The Patriots are making the switch to the rookie.
Boy, be careful with that. I don't know if you've seen any Patriots games, but Jacoby Brissett is taking a beating that I don't wish on anyone, and this is one of those be careful rolling your rookie quarterback out there. You can get some real bad habits and start seeing ghosts.
Well, New England is 31st out of 32 in total offense.
Yeah, they're bad.
His first game will be against a Houston defense that ranks 4th in the league. Steelers have Russell Wilson fully back in practice. No word on who will start this week. They're playing in Las Vegas.
Have you seen that this douche canoe, who is not going to start, he's their backup, he now has a new catchphrase that he's ending interviews with now. Apparently he's now saying win the 7th. Like,
what does that mean?
Because they've won 6 Lombardi trophies. Dude, you're the backup quarterback. Stop coming up with catchphrases. He can't help himself but be a corny douche.
Also, the Saints are expected to be without quarterback Derek Carr multiple weeks after that oblique injury suffered last night in Kansas City.
It doesn't really matter. The Saints aren't going anywhere. It was a fun 2 weeks while it lasted, and then...
NL Division Series continue tonight. Both even 1-1. Not so fast. Mets now up 2-1 on the Phillies after a 7-2 win in New York. It was not a nail-biter.
No.
A very easy W.
Manaea went 7 innings, didn't give up a run.
Yeah.
The Mets have the look. They have the look right now.
Dodgers-Padres in San Diego. Later, Walker Buehler is 1-6 with a 5.36 ERA, but he gets the nod for the beat-up LA staff. He will oppose Michael King.
Yeah, it kind of feels like maybe there's a collision course here with San Diego, your secondary Padres, and the Mets.
We've come too far together to stop now. Let's do it. That's it, baby. Shut it from the rooftops. America's #1 fighting force.
Number 1.
Number 1.
And number 1, the Jets have fired coach Robert Saleh after a 2-3 start. Insiders insist it is not about his relationship with Aaron Rodgers. Rather, he just sucks, and Woody Johnson pulled the trigger, saying that they are not where they should be based on expectations. Woody Johnson coming out and owning it, saying it was entirely his decision.
Yeah, and it sounds like that's the way it went down. Front office people, the GM, everyone very surprised. Saleh was escorted out of the building, was not allowed to talk to anyone. Look,
that's weird.
I mean, Woody Johnson, it's a bad organization.
Johnson also said that he talked to Rodgers on Monday night, but they did not discuss Saleh. You buy that?
No.
I wouldn't think so. But honestly, Robert Saleh is not the problem. The Jets defense has been pretty solid. This is an offensive thing. You know, Hackett and Rodgers are the biggest problem right now. Rodgers doesn't look good. The offense doesn't look good. I mean, and that's not on Robert Saleh. So, I don't know.
See, to me, I thought Robert Saleh kind of sucked. And I get why Woody Johnson did that, but look, I hate to back Woody Johnson because he sucks too. So
yeah,
I think it's all just a giant bag of suck. Jeff Ulbrich, defensive coordinator, takes over in the interim.
As long as Aaron Rodgers continues to play in Nathaniel Hackett's antiquated offense, where against today's defenses, they just aren't equipped to do it, and they're running the ball 14 times and dropping back 54 times with no play action, with no shifts, with no motions. This offense is going nowhere, and so it doesn't matter. Whoever the head coach is, That is not what ails the Jets right now.
Victor Rico's Mexican Food brings you the Hot 5 at 5. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. Ohio State, Oregon. I don't know if you know this. They are playing this weekend,
Yes.
and we will talk about it next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks.
All right, now to Oregon, Ohio State. I saw where Sports Illustrated put out a list of potential celebrity guest pickers.
Oh, okay.
Because game day is going to be up at or down in Eugene.
To me, that list begins and ends with Caitlin Olsen, but that's just me.
I have a better name that I think you will get on board with.
All right.
That they mention on here. So obviously all the favorites. We know Ty Burrell.
I feel like
hasn't he done it already?
This is no shot at Ty Burrell, who is greatness.
Not a Duck.
He's an Oregon guy. He's a fan. Are we a little over Ty Burrell? Like he's done on like
Jason Kelsey vibes.
Yeah, this is just a bit much. Like he narrated.
Let's find someone else.
Yeah, let's find someone else.
Yeah, he did the whole Ducks versus them. Also, I mean, not to like pick nits here, but he went to Southern Oregon. He didn't go to the U of O. So, I mean, maybe an alum.
Neil Everett's on the list.
Yeah, I can see that.
Joey Harrington.
Mm-hmm.
Wyndham Clark.
Oh, yeah.
Mahmoud Rashad, Dan Fouts. So, you know all the names. But the one guy on here that I didn't think about that I'm like, ooh, baby, this would be awesome, is Sam Elliott.
Yeah.
Because he went to Oregon.
Did he actually go to Oregon?
He went there in the late 60s.
Yeah, because everyone always says that he's an Oregon guy.
Well, he lives out. I think he lives out in...
He went to David Douglas High School in Portland.
Yeah, he's like the legend. Like everyone's like, oh, I saw Sam Elliott and he lives here. I've never confirmed it. He's like the Yeti. There's a lot of talk about him, and yet,
I think he's a pretty private guy. But he does live in Oregon.
Yeah,
he's got a ranch here. But I mean, I don't know if it's full time. But at any rate, that would be rad if they roll him out there.
Hell's yeah. Sam Elliott, you bring Sam Elliott out and he does a beef what's for dinner ad and then picks the Ducks.
Come on.
Beef stroganoff.
Ducks by 1,000.
Catalonian beef ragu.
Is it wrong that I just want him to sit out there and just do that for
barbecued beef ribs?
You're telling me that's better than anything Lee Corso has done in 20 years?
Beef Wellington.
Sabrina's already done it, right?
Correct, and she's starting the WNBA finals, so she's off the table.
She's got some other things going on.
Yeah, a lot of the other Duck significant people in the NFL are playing,
well,
so
Herbert,
they can't.
Herbert's out.
Yeah,
Mariota's out. You know,
hey, Mariota got some run in the Washington game.
But those guys, I mean, that would be kind of. I mean, it's like whatever.
Yeah,
beef brisket.
This is a big one. Bring in the heavy hitter.
Bring in the
Chateaubriand.
I mean, come on.
Bring in the brisket.
How is he not the guy if you can get him?
Yeah, I don't know.
Grilled steaks balsamico.
Do you think he would do it if they contacted him?
I have no idea if he
seems pretty bristly and like leave me alone type
Although
guy.
he's recently been like doing ad stuff, so I feel like he's out there a little bit more now than he used to.
Yeah,
be.
didn't he do an ad for Harris?
I don't know. I saw that he was doing some crossover. I think with an athlete. It was like Aflac or something.
Is it Gronkowski?
Maybe it is Gronk.
I think it's Gronk.
Well, he did, and here's the thing that you got to be careful with. There was an ad for the Harris Walls campaign, and it's Sam Elliott's voice, but I never know if it's AI or not, right? Like, because it's the whole ad is I'm a man and I'm voting for Harris. And, you know, because he's at this manly thing.
But could you take AI and say, make a man sound like Sam Elliott and say these things?
I listened to the ad, and there was part of me where I was like, is that Sam? So
is that legal, though? I mean, don't you have to run that by?
I think that's a whole new frontier.
Well, no, because it's not saying Sam Elliott. It just sounds like. And so people were like, oh, my God, Sam Elliott did a presidential ad. And yet I never saw anything confirming that indeed it was Sam Elliott. You know,
they just found a Sam Elliott sounding
that
type.
I don't know. This is the problem that we have now is when you see something like this, I never know if it's real or not.
Spicy braised beef.
Now that I know.
God.
Yeah, now I want some spicy braised beef and Sam Elliott to make my picks on College Game Day.
Pepper beef.
First ever top 5 game at Autzen. That's never happened where both teams are in the top 5, so that's pretty cool. Buck was saying tickets are what, a couple $150 to get in there?
I looked yesterday at all the kind of third-party sites, and it looks like about $250 a pop
to get in. Okay, that's not as. I mean,
it's not horrible.
That's not horrible.
But that's for one ticket. I don't know how much harder it is to find 2 good ones and all that. I mean, that's the cheapest in the whole building.
I'll take a look-see right now and see what we're dealing with.
It's
here.
possible
Steak
this
Diane.
What is it to get some steak Diane and get into Autzen?
What is steak Diane?
I don't know.
I think that's like it's steak with like some sort of like sauce and mushrooms over it, like a béarnaise and mushroom steak, something like that.
All right. Is it possible we have the largest crowd ever at Autzen?
It's always weird because I know they can bring in some extra seats, and because when you look at the capacity of it, that's never. I mean, I know how many they can cram in there because I think can't you squeeze 60 in there?
Yeah, you can. Actually, the highest ever was that game against Arizona State in 2011.
Yeah,
60,055. And I did see an interview with Rob Mullins who said this crowd will be as big as we let it be.
Yeah. So you can
as long as the fire marshal approves.
Yeah, there was a stretch in the early 2000s where they were frequently at like 107% capacity. They were like constantly putting 3,000 more people
Well, where
in there
do
than they
they
had
put
seats
them?
for. I think they can sell standing room tickets, so that people can be on the concourse in their designated standing areas. I don't know about adding seats specifically, but they push the envelope as much as they can.
By the way, $239 for a single, $243 for a pair, and that's without fees. So throw some fees on there, and you're probably $300 to get in. So just if you're thinking,
You said
about
a
going
pair is $243.
Yeah, there's a single ticket for $239 with no fees, and you can get a pair each for $243.
Okay, so five.
Yeah, $500 for a pair.
Yeah,
and then you're gonna get stuck with fees, which are, I don't know why more places just give me the full price. I hate when you click on it to buy it and you're like, okay, $243, it'd be $500, and then all of a sudden you look down and you're like, oh, yeah, where'd that $90 come from?
Sizzling beef.
Well,
he just makes me happy. Sizzling beef.
This pertains to nothing.
Yeah,
but I was looking at the Ducks non-conference schedules coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that they've toned it down?
Well, they probably should. I mean, there's no benefit at this point to scheduling difficult games.
Well, right. And they've done that.
Yeah.
Looking at their future schedules, because I was looking at this game going, man, and of course, it's Big Ten game and everything.
Sure.
But I just was looking at, God, when's the next really big game that they're going to have at Autzen after this? So I was looking at their non-con skeds, and they've thinned it out. Like they have Oklahoma State home and home coming up here.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Nothing
but that's
major.
the type of game you want because it's winnable, and yeah, you get credit for it, but
Yeah.
it's not.
No,
it's not a huge one.
And that, by the way, that same year they played Montana State.
And then they have Baylor. Well, I'm just talking about the Power 5 ones. They have Oklahoma State. Of course, Oregon State is on the schedule.
Yeah.
Then they have Baylor home and home, and then Texas Tech all the way out in 2033. Other than that, it's all the Portland States and Boise's and Eastern Washington's.
Well, let's play the fun game, right? Let's say on the off chance you lose to Ohio State, which is not on the off chance. That's going to be a hell of a game, right? That game can go either way. And also the same thing for Ohio State, who didn't play anyone. Like, is anyone going to look at Ohio State this year and say that you played anyone tough? I mean, the best team that either one of these teams played is Boise State, so give Oregon that. But let's say you scheduled a la Michigan, Texas, right? If you're Oregon and you play Texas, as opposed to playing Idaho. You lose to Texas in a nail-biter and you lose to Ohio State. That very well could eliminate you from the playoff. Like, why would you do that? Whereas now, like even if you lose to Ohio State, let's say you lose to Ohio State bad. You lose by 14, you lose by 17, and you run the table the rest of the way. Guess what? You're still in the playoff. Like, I know that the playoff was supposed to lead to hopefully more aggressive scheduling, but in actuality, if your goal is to make the playoff, actually what it does is incentivize you to play no one, because instead of having one mulligan now in your season, you basically get two of them if you're ranked high enough at the start of the year.
Yeah. So I just, Mullins paid attention to that.
Yeah.
And I think wisely has kind of thinned the herd a little bit in the non-con. At any rate, John Wilner's stat is a good one, and it's a small sample size, but he has pointed out that Big Ten teams so far in league play are 1-8 when they travel more than 2 time zones.
Yeah, and that doesn't bode well for your Ohio State Buckeyes.
And, of course, Ohio State is coming over 3 time zones to play this game.
Well, we know in the NFL this is a big deal, right, when you're talking about travel schedules, so why wouldn't it be a big deal when you're talking about college kids?
So it's a 4:30 game out here.
Yeah.
7:30 game on their body clock.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that matters, but...
Well, I mean, I look, I'll tell you what, I'd much rather this game be played at Autzen than I would going to play in the shoe. I mean, absolutely. Like, travel is always one of those things that's tough. Tough on the body. We talk about all the time in pro sports going east to west, although it is better because we, at least in the NFL, it's easier for East Coast teams going west than West Coast teams going east.
I talked to Joey about this while you were away, and he said that is definitely a thing.
Yeah.
When you're playing in that early window back east, but you're right. Like the East Coast teams going west, not as much of a thing.
Yeah.
Because it's later, but that's I don't know. Wilner's kind of pointing it out as if it's already a big. Look, it's 9 games. It's a small sample size. I don't know how much that matters, but it's something to keep an eye on, as he's pointed out early on. That they're 1-8, only 1 win.
Yeah. Well, and you look around the league. I mean,
and the one is Indiana over UCLA.
Yeah, and UCLA is dreadful. But even like you look at like Miami, right? And Miami coming to Cal. That's about as long a trip as you can make, with the exception unless Miami's going up to Seattle. That's as long as you're going to go. And
they
Miami
had to play so that game started at 8.
That was late.
11:00 p.m. there on their body clock. That game started.
You got your ass from Miami out to Berkeley. You sat around all day. I mean, how many times have you traveled for work or for, whatever, just for vacation? And dude, you fly 3-4 time zones. You get off the plane. The last thing that you're doing is feeling real spry.
Well, you think that contributed to them falling behind so big?
I mean,
then they woke up.
They woke up,
but that was later.
I think there's something. I'll just, is it ever the reason why someone loses a game? That's impossible to know. But there is no one from player to coach that will tell you that they are interested in making a 5.5 or a 6-hour flight and getting off the plane, resting a half a day, and then going out and waiting around all day after that and going to play. No one. That is not a recipe for success, plain and simple. And it's the same thing with early games. How many times do we see a team, a really good team, get kneecapped on a Friday in college football? We used to do this all the time in the Pac-12, where we would have our best team have to go play on the road in Pullman or down in the desert on a Friday night game, and shockingly, they end up losing. And we're like, stop playing these games. And you may think that one game or a one day doesn't make a difference. It does. Ask anyone that has to play on Thursday or Monday Night Football. When you are deep into a season and your body hurts and aches, Dan Lanning even said when you play on Friday, you basically take Monday and you eliminate it. It's gone.
Yeah, but
the game doesn't exist.
But the last time they played was on Friday, so they actually have gained an extra day.
Yes, they gained an extra day
over Ohio State.
Yeah, and by the way, that's probably what you want to do because you don't really need an extra day to get ready for Michigan State, who's just dreadful.
Right. Fans will be wearing black. They are encouraged to wear black for the blackout.
Oh, or the unis. I haven't seen the unis.
Well, I haven't seen the unis either, but they put out what fans are encouraged to wear before the season even starts. They already have
that. Put it on every season ticket.
Yeah.
Oh, so I'm assuming that the uniform release will be happening any day now, and they'll be the blacks.
All right, coming up next, everything Dan Lanning said about Ohio State and some Chip Kelly audio when we return. Here's Buckley.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, playoff baseball in the National League today sees the Mets clobber the Phillies 7-2 the final. New York takes a 2-1 series lead. They will host Game 4 again at home tomorrow. Coming up just after 6 o'clock tonight, Game 3 between the Dodgers and Padres in San Diego. LA sending Walker Buehler to the hill. Michael King takes the mound for the Friars. That series is also tied 1 game apiece. In the NFL, the first head coach firing of the season as the Jets relieve head coach Robert Saleh of his duties. Reports indicate Saleh had planned to demote offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett today, but was terminated by the owner, Woody Johnson, before any personnel changes could be made. Meanwhile, in New England, a change at quarterback for the Patriots as rookie Drake May will take over for Jacoby Brissett under center. And the puck dropped on a new NHL season for the Seattle Kraken this afternoon, but the Kraken fall 3-2 to the St. Louis Blues after posting a 2-0 lead. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way.
Chip Kelly, to some extent, was surrounded by turds, and he was headed towards Turdville. And so he's now at Ohio State.
To be fair, he kind of created the turds at UCLA by refusing to recruit and quiet quitting.
Just giving up on his job.
Still think that that's one of the strangest stories that didn't get covered.
I agree.
Where he just refused to recruit and said, I'm not going to do anything, fire me. And when they wouldn't because they didn't have the money, then he quit and took a job as a coordinator at Ohio State and then pretended like he just didn't want to be a head coach anymore. Okay.
Well, I mean, what do you want him to do? You want him to like write a big expose about that? Like we all know what happened.
It's just weird that no one will.
He's not going to admit it.
No one will acknowledge it.
I mean, to be honest with you, I think the way he handled his job is more part and parcel with how people handle their jobs all around the country.
It's true.
You know?
Yeah.
But
well, quiet
it's
quitting
so
is a thing.
shocking.
We just don't see it as a coach.
It's just shocking when it's big time head coaches because we
Yeah.
just think, oh my God, how would you not love to be the head coach? You want to be the coach at UCLA?
No.
I don't blame the guy.
I don't think Deshaun Foster wants to be the coach. He's like, fine.
Totally.
Okay, I guess.
So they did ask Chip about coming back to Eugene for this game this weekend.
I didn't build the program. Rich Books and Mike Bellotti built the program. I just kind of jumped in after Mike, but it's a special place, and I think it's great for our players. You know, a chance for them to play in one of the special places in college football. You know, they came out here a couple years ago and got to play in the shoe. We get to go play in Autzen Stadium, and it's Autzen Stadium at that time of day. It's truly special. So I think our guys are excited. They're a really good team. You know, and I think that'll get your attention right away when you look at the film. And then I have, family there. I have a brother-in-law and sister-in-law and 3 nephews, so I'll get a chance to see them. And then some of the coaches that I've coached with, Nick Eliotti, John Neal, Don Pelham, Steve Graywood, a couple guys we've text messaged. So besides family and those coaches that I worked with, that I'll get a chance to see very quickly, it's about the game, and I'm fired up for our players because it is a really special place to play.
Yeah, you mentioned that time of night at Autzen.
Yeah.
Which is true. It's supposed to be a nice night.
Yeah.
So the sunset will be.
Yeah, it's a great environment for college football. I mean, the Horseshoe is great. Autzen Stadium is great. I mean, we only have. I'm trying to think, like west of the Mississippi. I think we only have 2 great venues for college football. BYU has a really cool stadium, but it's. You got to play bigger games than what BYU's played over the years. Rice Eccles is okay. The Rose Bowl is only cool when it's actually the Rose Bowl. The Coliseum in LA isn't. I really think the only 2 truly great must-see venues west of the Mississippi are at Husky Stadium and Autzen Stadium. And I think at a big game, those are as good as most places in the country. So yeah, I do think it's cool, and I would hope that I know when Oregon gets ready to go play out at Ohio State, that's viewed as, oh my God, we're getting to play in the shoe. And I wonder what if Ohio State has that, like if they're fired up, like yeah, we're going to get to go play at Autzen, or if they're going to try to poo-poo it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure they won't poo-poo it, but maybe internally they're like, whatever, we play in the shoe.
Yeah.
Like why would we care about Autzen?
Well, be careful. That is a really tough place to go play and win.
I mean, I don't think it gets much tougher than when you're Ohio State and you have to play at the Big House.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure.
That's like Autzen on steroids.
Yeah.
But at the same time, yeah. I mean, maybe they come out here and are like, wow, this place is way better than I thought, or way tougher than we thought.
I do think that playing. I never played at Autzen. Played at Husky Stadium back when it was old Husky Stadium and it was rocking. Played it at Florida State. Played it at Bama and Notre Dame. And played in some really hostile environments and been to plenty of games at Autzen. And I do think that a lot of times talking to different guys that have played, the West Coast stuff can sneak up on you. Like you hear the stuff, but I think until you've been in a big game environment in Seattle or down in Eugene, I do think that sneaks up, and I'll be surprised if Ohio State doesn't figure out pretty early on that this is not just, oh well, maybe you see the 60,000 and you're like, well, that's not the Big House. Be careful underestimating that environment.
Well, Michigan just went up to Seattle and
yeah, they found out that place was rocking.
Yeah, it was. Here is, do you want to hear Dan Lanning?
Yeah, what do we got?
Our friend Dan Lanning. He is talking here about Chip Kelly's Ohio State offense.
Well, I think he's always done a great job of utilizing his personnel, moving guys around and allowing them to do things that they do really, really well. He always finds unique ways to run the ball. I think that's, one thing that he probably doesn't get enough credit for is his ability to run the ball, regardless of the situation. When he's at UCLA last year, they were number one rushing team in our conference, for a lot of reasons. And it's because of his ability to run the ball. But he does a great job utilizing personnel, keeping on your toes, changing the tempos, creating unique formations that you've never seen on film before. So you always have to prepare for something you haven't, really prepared for.
Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of the beauty of having Chip not having to be a head coach is he just gets to sit back there and create some things. And I promise you, much like a lot of teams do, and Dan Lanning talked about this against Michigan State.
Isn't Will Stein doing the same thing?
Yeah, they're doing the same stuff.
That's how you got it. You have to do that.
Yes, and with Ohio State, they really haven't had to show much. And we talked to Dan Lanning like when the Michigan State game's in hand, you kind of hold some stuff back, and I'm sure both sides. But especially Ohio State because they really haven't been tested. They haven't played a close game yet. I'm sure Chip's got a couple different wrinkles. Maybe situational football, red zone stuff, fourth down, goal line. He'll have some wrinkles for Oregon that they haven't seen before, but ultimately that's not going to decide a game like this. This game is going to be decided, up front. And I still think that's by far the biggest matchup in this game is the one weak link that we've seen from Oregon and Ohio State. If you had to look at the entirety of the 10 games that those two teams have played, right? I think both 5-0. The only unit that really has had like a glaring stretch is the Oregon offensive line, and it's been stabilized. They don't do the rotation anymore. Feel like that's been solidified, and it's played a lot better over obviously the last couple weeks. But it asks the question: is everything fixed, or was it you played some really bad fronts? Michigan State's a bad football team. Oregon State athletically can't compete with Oregon, so that is my biggest question going into this: is are the woes of the offensive line fixed? Or does Ohio State, which really does have an elite defensive line, does that come back to show some of those cracks? Because if Oregon is one-dimensional and Dylan Gabriel has to go back in obvious passing situations, it's going to be problematic. That will be a death sentence for Oregon. They cannot be, this just is as good as their receivers are, this is not a team that is meant to throw on 3rd and long. And when you've seen them get bogged down this year with their offense, it's exactly that. 3rd and 6 plus. This is not a true drop back team, especially against that Ohio State defense. So they have to stay on time. They have to stay ahead of the sticks. And that comes down to, can that offensive line consistently get the push and get the run game? Because remember when they went out to Ohio State a couple years ago, what did they do? That was CJ Verdell and those guys. They just beat the brakes off of them and ran it down their throat. They've got to come out and establish the run. And then let Gabriel work off that.
Well, he was mentioning Ohio State's run game and Chip running the ball. Ohio State is...
They're averaging like 7 yards a carry.
They're averaging 6.3 yards per attempt. That is 5th in college football.
But their top back is 8 yards a carry, and their second back is 7.8 yards a carry.
Yeah, they're just
Anderson and Judkins.
It's just so hard to I'm going to ask Bartu this when he comes on. I don't really know what to make of the stats because the schedules are so uneven.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, Ohio State is a very good rushing team. They're the second in points per game in all of college football behind Boise State. So obviously, they're very good. But what stats can you look at if you've played such a easy schedule and a uneven schedule?
Yeah,
it's just like I don't know.
And you
I don't
look
know
at
what to look at.
The they have a common opponent in Michigan State, and it's about the same score. It was just a dominant. It was a dominant ass beating them. Yeah. We know this. Michigan State is not anywhere in the same class as Ohio State and Oregon. And outside of that, that's why I said if you wanted to give an advantage, I think Oregon playing at home, obviously a big advantage. But Ohio State hasn't struggled at all. Oregon has. Now, it was early, and so you would like to think that those are finished, but the other elite back and the only other elite offense that they played was Boise State. And Boise State gave them fits. Genty, now Genty had a couple of the big runs, and so maybe that skews the numbers, but he still had them, even though they did a decent job of bottling him up. And I know he's the best back in the country. Ohio State's a better running game than Boise State. And so as much as I love this Oregon D line, and I think this Oregon D line has been fantastic. I think that's, if I had to pick one thing that scares me, on that side of the ball, it would be that. It's the one real good rushing attack that you face. I mean, they put up, 34 points against you, and you needed some some special teams help, and by some, I mean a lot of it, to beat Boise State. So, though that's another little angle if you want some anxiety, if you will,
Well,
if you're an Oregon fan.
We're going to wrap up at least today's version of the Ohio State-Oregon conversation next. I got a few more Lanning clips, and it's going to sound like just boring hyperbole.
Well, both are going to be very complimentary of the other side.
But that's kind of what this game is. It's like there really isn't anything that stands out. It's lace them up, see who executes better, limit big plays on the other side, limit your turnovers and key penalty. Like, it's little things. We've seen good, close, hard-fought football games a billion times, and they all come down to the same things. And you can't predict that.
No.
So let's just stop with this might happen or that might happen, and just enjoy. Grab a beer,
enjoy it,
and freaking enjoy this, because it doesn't get much better than Ohio State coming into Autzen Stadium.
No. And you are so right, because you can sit there and you can nitpick stuff, but
win more one-on-one matchups, and you'll probably win the game.
Yeah,
and you'll probably lose. Is that really a just like a hot take? It's
the only, and again, like, and if you're looking for like a stat, Oregon in the red zone, they're 90th in the country in red zone efficiency. That won't get it done against Ohio State.
Well,
so
here's the thing that it just cracks me up, because it's like, okay, so Dylan Gabriel has 3 red zone interceptions.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that, of course, is going to be a huge talking point all week. It's giant.
Yep.
And I get why. But you want to know what's not going to happen on Saturday, and I'll take it to the bank?
That.
Yeah.
A third pick at the 1 yard line or whatever. Yeah.
He knows. He's already talked about it. I would say on that front, Tom Fornelli wrote something kind of interesting today. He's with CBS Sports, and he said he was breaking that down, and he said, Gabriel, he had that clavicle injury, and he said that we all know that Gabriel, when he runs left, he's better throwing left than running right.
Sure, makes sense as a lefty.
As a lefty, that makes sense. But he said he seems to get into some trouble looking at the film since the clavicle injury, running right, throwing right.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he would ever admit that, or I just thought it was an astute observation. I don't know if it's right, but I saw him back it up with some video evidence, like, oh yeah, maybe that's part of the problem with Gabriel.
Yeah, keep an eye on it.
And it's something to watch.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I'll bet you right now, dollars to donuts, he does not throw a red zone interception next week, Saturday.
Something tells me that Mr. Lanning and Mr. Stein have had conversations with him about letting that ball go when you're inside the 20.
Yeah. All right, more hot cliche Ohio State Oregon takes coming up next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report. The inside.
Vancouver Fort text line. One text says, this may be overly cliche, but to me it really seems like this game will come down to turnovers. If Oregon can play clean offensively, they should at least have a 50-50 chance to win, but they're not good enough to overcome turnovers like they had against UCLA, Michigan State, and Boise State.
I think that sounds about right.
Oh, that's sure. I mean, turnovers.
So if I gave you the turnover margin right now,
yeah,
you know who wins.
Yeah. I think in a game like this, and that's, by the way, that's most of football.
They say it decides like 75% of games
75%. That's even a 1 turnover advantage. So, yeah, I mean, neither one of these teams is going to be able to, this is a really good matchup between two really elite teams. So that's not a shocker that turnovers would be the bigger one. Like I said, to me, it just comes down to first and second down success rate for me. If I had to pick one thing that isn't, turnovers or, time of possession or whatever, it's just that. Being successful on first down, second down. I don't think, because when you look at Oregon's passing game, it's been really efficient, right? And Dylan Gabriel is completing like 80% of his passes, but it's not necessarily a super downfield game, right? And a lot of it is Tez Johnson focused. And yeah, I mean, Stewart, and you've got some guys that can press it downfield, but for the most part, this hasn't been a super vertical passing attack. And when we've seen their offense get bogged down, it's on obvious passing situations, and they've struggled in pass protection against blitzes when it's third and long. And so to me, and when you get in those situations, it's because you don't run the ball well on first and second down. So if I had to point to one thing, it's can Oregon consistently stay ahead of the chains? This is going to be by far, for both sides, the biggest test. But Ohio State saw Iowa's defense last week, and Iowa's defense is for real. Mm-hmm. And they held them to 7 points in the first half, and then they wore down in Ohio State and then ended up blitzing them and still ran the ball for over 200 yards against them. So Ohio State has seen some resistance. Oregon has not. Oregon has not seen this defense. And so if you can create situations where you have run pass options, where you can keep Ohio State guessing, where you can stay out of situations where Ohio State can blitz. Think back to Boise. When Boise was bringing blitzes, and they weren't that exotic. They were just bringing some basic twists and stunts and
Oregon wasn't ready for them.
And some overload stuff that Oregon really, really looked incapable of handling it. Against Oregon State and Michigan State, it wasn't really a thing because Oregon State just Oregon ran the ball at will. And so you're like, oh, well, everything's fine in pass protection. I don't know if it is because there weren't a lot of obvious passing situations. So that, to me, if you want one thing, watch first down. If you're running the ball for 4+ yards on first down, I think this could be a really successful day for Oregon's offense. If you find yourself 2nd and 9 and you find yourself 3rd and 6, that's to me where I would be nervous because I think that's where Gabriel and the receiving core may run into some problems.
Well, and piggybacking on that, I mean, I feel like we looked at the stats last night on the Ducks Roundtable show. Tez has more than double the receptions of anybody else,
and targets.
And Ohio State is gonna may bracket him.
Yes,
someone else for me will have to step up besides him. Yeah. You're gonna need a third offensive playmaker besides Jordan James and Tez for Gabriel to get the ball to.
They have those guys, though.
They do.
They just haven't done it consistently. Yet.
Well, I think what Lanning mentioned this, and we'll probably ask him about it too, but he mentioned that he thinks Tez is kind of a security blanket for Gabriel, and that will have to change.
And Gabriel's had shots at Stewart and Holden over the top a couple times, especially against Boise. He had back-to-back plays where he had those guys over the top. He just missed them. I think you have to hit one of those shots.
A couple of other texts. Jordan James, the key to this game. And another one says, my biggest take on this is I love that Ohio State is now viewed as the superior team, 3-point favorite. Or 4-point favorite, whereas the start of the year it was a toss-up.
That doesn't have any.
I think that's the edge Oregon needs. A little harder preparation after the lackluster start. I hate when we get complacent, so for that reason I feel okay as a Duck fan going into this game.
So because we've played kind of bad, we're going to take this week a little more serious?
I can assure you that neither side.
Well, that's more of a fan viewpoint.
That's a fan
viewpoint. It makes him feel better about that, about the game.
Oh, there's all kinds of mental fan gymnastics that can be done like that, for sure.
I mean, that's one of those things that does not matter in a game, but it makes a fan feel better about a game. It also is the type of attitude that leads someone to bet on a game. And boy, I got to tell you, dude, if you made me place a bet on this game, I still don't know what I would do.
It's the under for me. If I had to bet on it, I would take if you're taking Ohio State, Oregon over or under, it's the under for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I probably won't touch this. If you made me pick,
I don't know how you could be sure either side.
You can't.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no like.
We don't have enough data
This
points
isn't
for
glaring.
the opponents
Yeah.
they've played. We just
Right.
don't.
Yeah, I just would. Like I said, I think there's a slight advantage Ohio State simply because I just think that they played more consistent, and that means nothing if Oregon plays their best game. If Oregon plays their best game, and they don't have to play an A+ game, but if Oregon plays a clean game, Oregon can beat anybody, and at home, that's a big advantage. I got to go with the team that week in and week out has shown me consistency and doesn't really have anything that I can point to and say, hey, circle this. And maybe Oregon, because their talent and their speed and all of that, maybe they expose some things in Ohio State, whereas Oregon has shown some cracks. Not recently. Well, maybe some of the turnovers and, the second half, they've bogged down a little bit after some big leads. But again, there's some things you can kind of circle there. And for that reason alone, maybe I'd go with I'm going to lean towards Ohio State. But like I said, I think this is kind of a coin flip. It's a coin flip game.
Do you want more Dan Lanning?
Yeah. What do we got?
I've got 2 more, and then we're out of here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're not out of here. We're going to the club. We're cutting into club time.
Oh, yeah. Look at us.
You know what? I'm going to cook on your grill.
Lanning, he is cooking our grill. He's cutting into club time.
God bless America.
So 2 more clips. This is him on the Ohio State wide receivers who are really good.
Yeah.
The kid, 17-year-old kid, Smith.
Yep.
He basically catches balls with one arm.
Some people think he's the best player in college football.
Yeah, stop, go. They can catch the ball and they can turn it into a big play right away. It's not necessarily always averaged up the target. It's way down the field. It's their ability to catch it in space and get vertical. They block really, really well on the perimeter. And those guys have big catch radiuses. So you see them win on balls that you would call 50-50 balls. A lot of times they win on contested balls. So do a really good job there.
The old catch radius.
Yeah.
And finally, Dan Lanning on the Ohio State defense.
Yeah, it starts with them, they limit explosive plays, right? They do a great job of keeping the ball in front of them. They play really physical in the front. They're able to stop the run. They're really sound and aggressive at times in coverage, but they pitch a lot of different looks at you as well. But it starts, they eliminate explosive plays. They play really sound football. They have good overlap in their defense. They're able to change the picture up. They have, really good D linemen, good edges, and then they're able to cover, outside. So they create a lot of challenges there.
Okay.
Yeah. Both really, can I summarize? Both teams really, really good.
Yeah.
And NFL dudes across the board.
We will talk to Dan Lanning this week on Friday, not Thursday.
Yeah.
Friday.
I'm sure he'll give us all the detailed answers that we are.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little worried about this one this week.
It's going to be short.
Because he's not going to want to joke around with us.
No. Maybe we ask him about the green highlighter. He said he was going red and blue. He went green.
He's going to be all business.
Red and green, very Christmassy.
Red and green.
Well, he said he likes black. Or
Yeah.
he
No, he
doesn't
said he
like
specifically
black.
doesn't
He
like
doesn't
black
like
because it
black.
matches what's on his sheet. So he just wants 2 different
He
colors,
he
different
wanted
colors.
red and blue, and he ended up with red and green.
But he also says that he has to go hunt for them, which I feel is a big hole in Oregon's game.
Yeah,
Find the Sharpie guy.
Yeah.
Get the man the Sharpies
If
that he
things
needs.
don't pan out the way we expect or want them to on Saturday,
It's
I think
that.
we have to ask Sharpie questions.
We do. We'll ask the tough ones.
Yeah, we will. We'll get to the bottom.
Maybe
of
we'll
this.
just send him a case of Sharpies.
Well, Dusty's down there. What? Dusty's on the sidelines. What the hell, fan man?
Oh, maybe you guys could put together a little care package and have Dusty bring it to him.
There you
Like
go.
2 Coach Lanning from Isaac and Suk. Here are your Sharpies.
It's like Sharpies and like a Werther's original. Here's some ribbon candy for you.
All right. We got to move on to the club. There's Ohio State, Oregon talk. Far too early.
Yeah.
Because we'll do it tomorrow, too.
And the next day.
Not the next
Oh,
day.
yeah. No,
we're not on Thursday.
Friday.
So Club 1080 is next. Overcoming a fear of snakes through what now?
I got dead body news, too.
And dead body news
Yeah.
on the Fan.
Auto accident? Let Leif's Auto
an Odyssey sports station. Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, playoff baseball in the National League today. The Mets, Game 3 winners over the Phillies, 7-2 the final. They get homers from Pete Alonso and Jesse Winker, and a great performance from Sean Manaea to take a 2-1 series lead. They'll play Game 4 again in New York tomorrow. Coming up in just a matter of moments, it's first pitch for Game 3 between the Dodgers and the Padres in San Diego. Walker Buehler on the hill for the Dodgers. Michael King takes the mound for the Friars. The series is tied a game apiece. In the NFL, the first head coaching fire of the season is Jets head coach Robert Saleh, who was relieved of his duties this morning. Reports indicate Saleh planned to demote offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett today, but was terminated before he could make any personnel changes. And the puck dropped on a new NHL season for the Kraken this afternoon. They took a 2-0 lead in the second period, but ended up falling to the St. Louis Blues 3-2 the final. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's The Fan in your office and every room of your home. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity. Oh, man. Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're gonna lose most of your motor skills, and you're also gonna lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Football's football.
Football's football.
Football is football.
Football's football.
Football is football.
Football's football.
Athletics is athletics.
Football's
The best
football.
part of football is football.
Football's football.
So
The
you
only
got
way to
to
get better
do
at it is to play football.
Sports is sports. I like the music I like. Whatever it is you like.
Ahoy, how about that?
To take a guy that won't be ready to play for at least 4 years. They're always upset. You've made it. Excuse me.
I do. He did it early. He did a lot of dirts.
I did it. Germany's a great city. This is much ado about not a whole lot of nothing. I feel like a total idiot.
That's 50% stupid.
All right, nice to have you along. Hello.
But it's gay.
See where Emmitt Smith is doing Depends ads on our air now.
Yeah.
Did you catch that?
I was a little surprised. I don't think he's saying that he is pooping or peeing his pants.
I don't care. By association.
Yeah.
I'm a Niners fan. I hated Emmitt Smith. This is jarring for me. You're losing dignity there, pal.
Really?
I think so.
Is that worse than boner pill ads?
Way worse than boner pill
Is it?
ads.
Why?
I can't hold my pee-pee and poo-poo.
Well, some people can't.
I know, but Emmitt Smith can. At least I want to believe so.
How do you know?
I don't know.
Boy, I'm trying to think if what's worse, that you can't your man tackle doesn't work, or
at least that seems more common among older men than the incontinence.
I don't know. Incontinence is a thing too.
It
and here's
is.
the difference. I think if I had a pee-pee problem, as Buck liked to call it, that's better than poo-poo. If I've got a little leakage. I'm going embarrassing. I'm going leakage is the last. Poo is one.
Yeah.
Then I'm going.
It's probably leakage.
Yeah, and then I would say not being able to function, and then pee-pee. It's all varying degrees. Look, I don't want to do any of those ads, but hey, you give I don't know what Emmett got for that, but I'm assuming he got a chunk of change for it. Julian Edelman did Depends ads once, but his thing was, oh yeah, Mookie just hit a bomb.
This is a bizarre situation. He thinks it's caught by Profar and starts running off the field.
Oh yeah. And then they have to tell him, keep running.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, this is bizarre. Yeah, so is Profar arguing with his own fans?
No, he just missed this one. It was
handing,
really close to the other one.
He was handing something back to a fan.
Okay.
It was the same thing as the Muncie thing.
Yeah.
It was identical almost.
No, it was Betts, right?
Yes.
He robbed the home run from Betts. in Dodger Stadium, and here it hit off his glove and went into the.
Oh yeah,
seats.
I saw that he was like interacting with some fans. I was like, he's getting into it with his own fans.
No, I think.
Oh yeah, that's off his glove.
Yeah, he knocked that guy's sunglasses or something, and
Hey, good for him.
he's a nice guy. That Profar.
Oh gosh, that is so
He
close.
almost robbed him again.
Yeah.
That's why
Man.
Betts was trotting off. Thought he didn't get it.
Yeah.
What a great series.
But yeah, they did an ad with a couple NFL guys. I think Clay Matthews and Julian Edelman, and they wore the Depends, and they're like, see, you can't even tell we're wearing them under football pants. But that was definitely under the guise of, we're not pissing ourselves. You just can't tell that we're wearing them. Whereas Emmett may be suggesting that he may have to pee himself.
Yeah,
Tony Siragusa did the whole man palm thing. He did like.
Boy, that was old. Yeah.
I'm coming around to your idea on this, that this is worse, because with a pill, it's like,
We're all getting older. It gets more difficult for everyone. But
well,
when
not
you
only
say
that,
I
but-
can't hold it anymore,
But
like,
with the
that's-
pill, it's like, it just enhances. Like, it doesn't mean you you just,
And he's probably cashing a fat check, and I shouldn't feel bad at all. But I'm like, oh man, that's a bummer. when I
rock
hear
hard
it.
for longer, And that's who doesn't want that?
Yeah, who doesn't
I mean, it doesn't
want
mean
that?
that you can't.
I mean, Frank Thomas is out there like, yeah, take eugenics and it'll help your boners.
But
the Depends is
the Depends is tough.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
That's tough. But hey,
Tough L for Emmett.
what are you gonna do, man?
But will you take it from it? Like, because Emmett is endorsing Depends, are you more likely to be like, you know what?
I mean, it's a step towards normalizing
I
it.
do pee my pants.
Well, and I think someone is saying that it's about like prostate awareness, right? I think it's.
Yeah, I think you can get a little drip if you got problems with that.
I think that's kind of the crux of it, like of the ad too, is like it's something about prostate cancer and
Oh,
problems
good.
and
Good for him.
spreading awareness. I don't know. It's a bold move. It's a bold move to come out and be like, hey, this is Emmett Smith for Depends. The first one I can remember is Jimmy Johnson did Extends. I remember that.
I remember that too.
That's not even like real boner
What
pills.
is Extends?
It's like a gas station boner pill.
It's like it extends
Yeah.
your penis.
Yeah.
Makes it longer?
Yeah,
That's
well,
what
I mean,
it's supposed to
I
do.
think I think it was like a Ron Jeremy sort of pill thing. It's like it's a cheesy thing that doesn't work. And Jimmy Johnson was like, "Hey, I'm former
I'm gonna
Super
find
Bowl
that
champ,
ad.
Jimmy Johnson. I take Extend. It's called Extends for God's sakes."
Well, you remember Bob Dole did Viagra.
He did Viagra.
They put him up there.
Well, Bob Dole
for
should do Viagra.
Yeah, he's perfect for Viagra.
He is. Although I don't want to picture Bob Dole doing it.
With his little.
Well, now I want. Like, you imagine like Biden now after this, like Biden for Viagra, because Palmero did Viagra. I remember he did that. He was doing it.
Tell you what, Biden would be a pretty good spokesperson for Viagra.
You can get him to pay attention long
'Cause people
enough.
are like, oh my God, he's still doing it? I need that pill. Thought he was dead.
Yeah, someone's saying at least boner pills imply that you're getting some.
That's what
Yeah.
It just enhances, like,
Yes.
makes it more fun.
Again, there's a spokesman for everything. The worst would be if you had to go worst thing you could do, right? So we got boner ads. We've got Sprague was doing the Blue It and Chew It ads. Remember those? He was doing
Isn't
those.
that the same thing?
Yeah, he was doing gas station boner pills. At least the Viagra people, at least that's the real, like, genuine article.
Yeah, but there's knockoff pills for everything that work just fine. It doesn't have to be the Viagra.
I don't think like the
Viagra's just the name brand.
Yeah, the ones that they're selling, like the Extends, dude, that's just like herbal supplements that they sell out of gas. Like those don't work. Like,
how do you know?
I think the
You tried it?
No, but I'm pretty sure that.
Are you admitting that you tried it?
Look, I took Blue Rhinoceros or whatever it was. Didn't do anything for me. No, dude, those are like I gotta be careful because some places advertise like. When someone's like the patented ingredient is something you've never heard of and you can get it for free on it, like just get Viagra. Like that actually works and comes from a real pharmacy. Some of that other stuff is sketchy. So I'm saying
You have to
like
be prescribed Viagra.
yeah, I think it needs a prescription.
You do?
Yeah.
You can't just order it.
No, I think you have to have it. But now
Asking for a friend.
I think now that's the whole thing now. These places have it where you just like call a doctor. You don't have to meet with him. The doctor's like, yeah, here, take it. But yeah, it's an actual prescription, which is why it's real and the stuff you're buying. If you can buy your boner pill next to a Monster energy drink and a day-old taquito, I'm sorry, that's not, you shouldn't be doing that. You should not be taking any medical advice from the clerk at 7-Eleven. You just shouldn't. That's not a good idea.
I'm in.
Yeah, the girl with the purple hair is like, I heard they really work.
I think that's a great idea. Medical advice at 7-Eleven.
John
Kill
Jones.
two birds with one stone.
Do you know who John Jones is?
He is a former MMA guy.
Yeah,
and Chandler Jones's brother.
Yeah,
and he's awful and he's in prison.
Yeah, well, he's not in prison anymore. But he is arguably he's not arguably, he's the greatest mixed martial arts fighter of all time. He got busted on a drug test after one of his fights because he was doing cocaine and gas station boner pills. They had a bunch of stuff in there. He's like, I don't know, man. I was just taking these pills for my erection. I got them from a gas station. They're like, maybe don't do that, John. No one knows what's in those things.
So you were about to say what's worse?
The worst thing that you could advertise, right? So you got boner pills, legit, the gas station variety. You got the diapers. The worst one that you could possibly do, and I don't know if there's enough money in order for me to be the spokesman of that, herpes.
I was going to say, it's got to be an STD one, right?
Valtrex. You know.
Well, but
you imagine
herpes is pretty common.
You want to be the face of herpes? You want to be like, hey, Isaac Robb here for Valtrex. If you're like me and you have a scorching case of herpes and you need it controlled, Valtrex. How much money for you to be the herpes guy?
I mean, it wouldn't cost that much.
Really?
I mean, I don't
You're
know.
going to be the national, not locally, you are the national face of herpes.
If it gets me off this show, yes.
You see, there's nothing worse. Find me something worse than being the face of herpes.
I think you have to have shame, don't you?
I would think so.
And I don't really have any.
You want to hear Jimmy
I
Johnson hawk make your ween bigger pills?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm Jimmy Johnson, and I recently became the spokesperson for Extends, the enhancement tablet. Even though I'm the winner of 4 collegiate and professional football championships and have a sportscasting career, I've been surprised at the one big question guys ask me these days. Does Extends really work? Can you believe it? So here's my answer. It works for me, and since Extends has sold over 1 billion tablets to men, I'm thinking it works for them too. Most men want to perform the best they can in just about everything. Isn't that why we buy the biggest and best of everything? So if you want that maximum performance edge every day, I say go long with Extends. I do.
Jimmy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Go along with Extends.
Which, by the way,
do.
I would also like to point out, as someone did correctly, I was thinking this, and someone pointed out,
Who do you think you are?
Lamar Odom almost died from an overdose of gas station boner pills.
Did he really?
Yeah, remember
I thought he was on like heavy drugs.
Well, he was doing coke too, but remember he was at the Bunny Ranch and he was like on a 4-day bender and he was taking a bunch of those weird rhinoceros
I thought he
like
was doing a
boner
bunch of
pills.
crack too. Was that it? Was that a different story or
Could
situation?
the crack have had a hand
Maybe
in
he
that?
mixed it with the boner pills.
Are you conveniently ignoring the other horrible drugs that he was putting in his body?
What was this way? Lamar Odom hospitalized possible herbal Viagra overdose. I'm sure on a 4-day bender at the Bunny Ranch, there's other things mixed in there too. But he was doing a bunch of those over-the-counter supplements.
Isn't it interesting that a guy like that is a major drug addict and does everything under the sun?
But that's what gets you?
that's what could get him.
Yeah.
Is the trip to the Bunny
He
Ranch?
took 10 doses of a sexual stimulant that they sell at the brothel because you can't get Viagra.
Someone would like to see your herpes and raise you anal warts.
Yeah, it's tough.
Hemorrhoids.
That's tough. Well, yeah. I'd much rather do hemorrhoids.
Yeah.
Hemorrhoid, that's
Pretty mundane.
I got some roids. What are you gonna do?
I've never had hemorrhoids. Have you guys?
Oh yeah.
What does that feel like?
It's terrible.
In detail, please.
It's like sitting on a razor blade.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that.
What are they like? Holes in your, or they're like bumps in your bung?
No, it's like an inflamed vein in your down there in the winker in
your anus
in the Jesse Winker. You don't want one. Swag had him so bad he had to go to the hospital like on Christmas with him.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You sit on a donut if you got him?
Yeah.
Oof. That's rough.
So I just think that's got to be tough. Like to be I still go with the stuff that's actually advertised to be the face of Valtrex. You don't want that.
I have no problem with it. As a matter of fact,
herpes, come get Rob.
Bring it on.
You're volunteering.
Rob
now,
is in.
It's going to cost you a premium.
Yeah, you're going to have to pay for that.
Rob's like, now do I have to go get herpes first?
And I will, it's going to be a part of the ad campaign that I do not, I just want to reiterate, I do not have herpes. But if I did, I'd use Valtrex.
That's the key. Hey, I don't take them, but,
You may want to.
You may want to.
You perverts. You sickos. Nah, herpes is really common, right? Don't they say like
I think a lot of people have it, but I also
a high
don't.
percentage of people have it?
I think so, but I also don't think a lot of people go around and are like, "Hey, I got the herp."
Well, you're supposed to. You're supposed to tell your partners.
Yeah.
Say,
Yeah.
hey, man.
Oops.
Or gal. Them. But, hey, I've got the herp. Do you still want to do me? That's
You
what you're
do it
supposed to say.
anymore, you're going to have problems.
Yeah, remember, there's 2 types of herpes too. So.
Of course. That's what I mean.
Yeah. So 64% have the upper herpes.
Yeah, like the cold sores and stuff.
Yeah, 13%
Down
and
below
this
herpes?
this is the global population. They have the.
So wait, if you have upper herpes, do you have to warn your partners of that too?
I don't think anyone does.
You're supposed to, but they don't.
I just think I don't know.
Down below herpes, you're supposed to warn them, and
Yeah.
people. I bet you people still don't.
No,
that's bullshit.
Yeah, that's the Ron Mexico style.
Yeah. You have to.
You got sued for that.
People have been like prosecuted for,
Yeah,
for,
yeah, you
for
can't
that.
do it.
Like
Yeah.
if you knowingly got that and you're not saying something,
Yeah.
like you can go to jail, dude.
Yeah. But the oral one, yeah, they're saying that is. Some people say maybe as high as 80% of Americans. They say 50 to 80 because no one is honest about it. So that's like that. If you get a cold sore or a blister or whatever, chances are you got it.
All right, we got to run. We've got dead body news and overcoming our fear of snakes on the fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I will say
Now to snake news. Buckley forwarded this on to me because he's into this sort of thing.
The club is into this sort of thing.
Well, this is in Costa Mesa, California, which is down south of LA by Newport Beach. And it's a studio called LXR Yoga. And they, have you heard of goat yoga?
Yeah, I've heard of goat yoga.
Where you do yoga with goats?
I'm all about it.
And then there's puppy yoga.
Yeah.
Where you do yoga with puppies.
Yeah, my dog now doesn't do it as much, but I go through I have like a stretching routine that I do a couple times a week, especially for like my back. And my old bulldog, when I would get down on the floor to stretch, he would think it was the greatest thing in the world. He wanted.
Yeah, they want to play. They think you're playing.
Yeah, they think you're up to something, and it's adorable.
So this is snake yoga. So you do yoga.
No.
With snakes crawling on you.
No.
What do you think about that?
No.
I think it's dumb. I know I sent it to you, but I think it's dumb.
I'd rather be the herpes spokesman.
Really?
No, that's a good would you rather, though. I would rather do the snake yoga.
No, dude, if you had a choice between being like a free just herpes spokesman or do snake
Free?
yoga. Yeah, I'll do it. So you're telling me that I have to go do snake yoga once a week, or I have to do every week I have to do a herpes ad? I'm being the herpes man. I'm not
I'll
doing
do the snake yoga.
Okay, well, wow, really? For free?
Yeah, I'm not doing
See,
snake
my
Why would I do snake yoga? Like what?
Because you don't want to be the herpes guy.
Well, you know what I don't want to be? I don't want to be snake guy either.
The snake yoga is probably not awful. I mean, I'm looking at the...
I'm sure they're not going to kill you.
Yeah, exactly. It's like they're not going to
You're
hand
not
you a
doing
snake...
cobras.
They're not going to hand you a snake that's going to,
This one rattles and is full of venom, so
Kill
be
you.
careful when you're in downward dog. No.
But it's still weird, and it might help you overcome your fear of snakes. Like that's their whole idea is they want to help people overcome
I'm sorry.
their fear of
I'm
snakes.
seeing snake yoga, and this dude literally has a big albino python wrapped around his neck.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean it's...
No, I'm out, man.
Bunch of snakes there.
No.
Probably got spotters or something.
I don't care.
You do your down dog. Like,
Right
I will say...
Hey, it's Big Sook for herpes. You got the herps like me?
Well,
there's only one way to go. Valtrex. Boom. Just did it. You know what I don't have? Snake wrapped around my neck.
Now to stay away from that reptile?
What I was going to pitch you was you have to pay for snake yoga every week.
Yeah.
Or take a decent chunk to endorse Depends.
Yeah.
But you're saying you just endorse Depends for free.
For free.
That's
Dude,
a curveball.
I am looking at this snake, and again, I do not have any rational fear of snakes. I don't. I've like when we did when we were in Bali, they have the big 20-foot python, and you have to hold it or whatever. And that's fine. I'm like, all right, we're doing this. Give me the damn snake, and I put my hands on it. It's just not something I'm interested in. Nor would I find that would be an hour every week that I would dread going to do. Why would I do every week? I got to spend an hour of my time with a damn snake wrapped around my shoulders while doing yoga, which I don't particularly care for anyways. Get out of here.
Well, I do think that it would be weird to have a snake on you while you're doing yoga, because oftentimes in yoga, you're in some pretty strange
Exactly.
poses.
And it's supposed to be relaxing and enjoyable.
And you're supposed to hold them there.
Yeah.
And then where's it crawling?
Mm-hmm. And the little tongue flicks out and gives you a little bit of a blah, blah, blah. No. I'm out.
Wow.
I would quickly get over. And
I hate snakes, but I
would incorporate this into my ad. You think you hate herpes? Try snake yoga. So, no. Herpes is way better than snake yoga because you can handle it with Valtrex. And I'm hawking Valtrex left and right.
Well, these are pet ball pythons, and the sessions are 45 minutes, and they're $160.
Someone's paying. That is so stupid.
And it's gentle yoga.
How does that compare to a regular yoga class? Probably
That's
a lot
little
more?
higher.
Yeah. Yoga drop-in classes are not $160.
No, they're definitely not. The snakes are named after crystals, and the 4 members of the session will randomly draw a crystal to find out which snake is their trusty partner. So there's only 4 spots and 4 snakes.
So is this like Harry Potter? I go into a sorting hat and it picks me?
The serpents are very social and friendly pets.
Mm-hmm, that's what they say.
But to avoid causing them any anxiety, they host an orientation prior to the class to teach you what to do and, of course, what not to do when handling the snake.
How about what not to do is have the snake wrapped around your neck while I'm downward dogging? I still can't believe it's $160. Now, at my gym, we have free yoga, and occasionally I'll participate in that. There was once where I was trying to work something with a yoga instructor, and so I would go. I think at that place, I want to say it was like $15 to $20 for a drop-in class. And so you want me to pay $160 to do $20 worth of yoga, and then it's $140 for me to have a snake draped on me. You'd have to pay me a lot more than $140 to have a python wrapped around my neck while I happy tree pose.
They're saying in their oldest snake is 4 years old, and no one has ever been bitten. Jace.
Yeah, that's what they say. Would they admit that someone had been bitten?
It's a good
No,
point.
they wouldn't say one way or the other. They wouldn't bring up biting.
Or it would go something like this. Hey, has a snake ever bitten one of your yoga participants? Has a snake ever bitten one of my yoga participants? Good question.
And then you launch into all the snakes have been vetted, and all of our participants have gone through the training, so we believe we offer a very safe environment without actually
point out for a fact that 2 years ago almost, I had a family member tell me that their dog was very friendly and had never bitten anyone. Right until I ended up in the ER because it ripped my face open. So, no offense. Sorry.
They're still wild animals.
Never been anyone. Really? Oh, it's never been anyone. Why am I bleeding profusely from my entire face?
Okay, what if I paid you to do Depends ads?
Yeah.
Or you were saying Herp Med ads?
Yeah.
I'll pay you to do that.
Yeah.
But I'll pay you more to do snake yoga.
It'd have to be significant more.
A significant more?
It'd have to be significant more.
Double.
I do know that. Yeah, I'm probably doing some
I'll pay you double.
I'm probably doing some steak yoga.
Steak yoga.
Steak and snake. I eat a steak and there's a snake wrapped around me. I don't know, man. It would have to be a good chunk of change. I am not doing snake yoga for a couple $100.
Chicken fried steak.
Not doing it. Yeah, what about some other beef? What about some spicy beef?
Spicy braised beef.
Now, if you had a spicy braised beef yoga.
What?
See, now I think we're on to something here. You put the spicy braised beef down on the floor, and then as I'm constantly going down to do yoga poses, I get a bite of the braised beef.
Keep it a little healthier.
Beef with broccoli.
Nah, I don't like broccoli. It's right out.
Beef tacos.
Now we're talking.
Beef fajitas.
See, you give me a beef fajita yoga class. Now we're on to something.
Has a snake ever bitten anyone? Well, I grew up in a middle-class family. That's a good text right there.
Exactly.
I'd like to look towards the future.
All right, guys. We have dead body news coming up next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Your favorite spot for island grinds now has 3 locations: Woodstock, Burnside, and new in Beaverton. Always online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan. Playoff baseball in the National League today. The Mets take care of the Phillies 7-2, the final in New York, as the Metropolitans take a 2-1 series lead. They will play again tomorrow in New York for Game 4. Right now, we have a Game 3 going on between the Padres and the Dodgers in San Diego. They're tied up 1-1 in the bottom of the second. The Padres do have a couple men on and nobody out. Keep you updated on that one. In the NFL, the first head coaching firing of the season, as the Jets relieve head coach Robert Saleh of his duties this morning. Reports indicate that Saleh planned to demote the offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett today, but was terminated before he could make any personnel changes. The puck dropped on a new NHL season today, and the Seattle Kraken fell 3-2 to the St. Louis Blues despite leading 2-0 in the second period. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan. Padres take the lead.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
I'm Leif Hansen, owner of Leif's Auto Collision Centers.
She said it was I guess it was a known thing. She wrote about it, and her daughter, I guess, was talking about it in a segment from her memoir. Here to the Great Unknown, Lisa Marie revealed that she fought to stay alive for her kids, but she was so heartbroken and she couldn't say goodbye, so she brings them home from the corner, puts them in the guest room, sets it to 55 degrees, and kept him there for over 2 months. And I was like, oh my God. What's worse is I kept reading. Do you know how he died?
No, do I want to know?
Yeah. So he died by suicide, and it wasn't pills.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
So he shot himself?
He shot himself in the head. And she brought him home from the corner and kept him there for 2+ months and would go in and just hang out with him. Again, I don't know what it's like to lose a kid. God forbid, I never want to experience that. But boy, the Presley Jackson weirdness, there is no end to that.
They were perfect for each other.
They were perfect for each other. That can't be good for you. That can't be something that you see every day and are like, well, this is therapeutic.
Reading further that her death was tied to a small bowel obstruction, but that she did have opioids in her system.
Oh, yeah, because the opioids can cause you to be... By the way, that's how her dad died.
Backed up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he
true.
died-
That's a good point.
Yeah,
Elvis
Elvis died on the crapper because he was so constipated from all the opioid use.
Well, don't they say a lot of old people die trying to shove out
trying to
turds?
shove it out, yeah. But yeah, opioids, if you're on a bunch of pills, you can't get it done until you get the bowel obstructions. I did not know that she died the same way that her dad went. As I read that today, I thought to myself,
that's wild.
That is because unfortunately, I've told the story before. One of the saddest things I've ever seen in my life was one of my friends growing up lost her baby. It was born with a lot of health complications, so the baby was not going to survive. So they took her home from the hospital, and they said, like a day later, it was one of those, right? It was just, so let's get him out of here, bring him home. And so I went over to pay my condolences. She was carrying around the child, and I think she did that for like a day or two. And I remember just thinking it was the most sad thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It absolutely broke my heart. But I will say at the same time, it was very strange. Very, very strange.
Well, everyone grieves differently, but
2 months?
2 months?
With a head gunshot wound.
Yeah. Well, I know there's a lot of, there's some, we've talked about it before, the funerals where these people will just prop up their person in like some sort of like nativity scene.
Yeah,
you know?
they're just like hanging out.
That's always weird.
Yeah.
But again, I try not to be too judgy when it comes to death, but
I'm just saying that was
2 months.
That was the weirdest thing that I've heard in a long time when it came to grieving. I was just like, whoa. That's a long time.
Like, whoa, man.
And, just imagine 50. But apparently, if you set the temperature to 55, you can kind of stave off the...
Yikes.
Hang on, the smell.
All right, we wrap it up next on The Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the
The baseball bunch coming up next. At least I think. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Yeah, I see Schulte in there right now.
Yeah, no Johnny Bench, though.
No, I remember that.
But the Padres are up 6-1 on the Dodgers.
Kind of feels like this is
in the third inning.
The Dodgers maybe, with their pitching staff, they may be in over their head here.
Walker Buehler got lit up.
Well,
Tatis hit another home run.
Manny Machado with a very controversial play, too.
Yeah, it's wild. San Diego's going nuts, though, man.
Yeah, that's what's in.
That is what's in.
Mets
Old Pat
Padres?
Kilkenny going crazy back there. Look at him. He can't contain himself.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that he was a big Padres guy.
Season ticket holder.
Yeah.
Right behind home plate. Can't miss him. Transition lenses and everything.
It's the key to any.
Look at him just sitting there, all rich.
All rich with those transition lenses. Oh, the lenses of the rich old white man, the George Seiferts.
Boy, I for the life of me don't understand the transition lens.
Yeah,
Me neither, man.
I think that looks really dumb.
You reach a point where you don't care.
I guess
You're like,
so.
I'm not doing extra sunglasses here.
But you're constantly in the in-between state, and that's the worst part. Just have a set of glasses and have some prescription sunglasses and
hear you.
let it
Tim
rip.
Taylor rocks the transitions.
Yeah, Jim Harbaugh,
Yeah.
Tim Taylor, all the greats.
Oh, yeah, Harbaugh does love those, doesn't he?
And you are in a constant state of semi-shade.
You're just living in gray.
Which I love. I love when you see someone rocking a pair of transitions. It's just it's classy.
Well, the bases are loaded here.
Yeah.
For the
A
Dodgers.
little something maybe going on. Get back into this. Their pitching staff, like you were going over all the arms they're down. I mean, it's just you can't overcome.
Well, they're without Tyler Glass now. They're without Clayton Kershaw. They're without Derek May. They're without Tony Gonsolin. Everybody forgets about him. He got hurt and is long gone. Gavin Stone's hurt.
What's his nuts got suspended? He's done.
Oh yeah, Urias.
Urias.
Yeah, and he was supposed to be in their plans, and
Yep.
then he beat up his wife or something.
Yep. He's
and
gone.
now, Yamamoto was hurt, and he's back, but he wasn't very good.
wasn't
the other
very
day.
good. So.
I mean, you can't survive that.
No, when you have that kind of attrition,
I don't care how good Shohei Ohtani is.
that's tough. That's tough to overcome.
All right, well, Hot Corner is coming up next. Enjoy that. And our show, Believe It or Not, returns tomorrow.